Schönen guten Morgen. Ich begrüße Sie herzlich im Namen der deutsch-belarussischen Gesellschaft und Ihrer
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you very warmly in the name of the German-Belarusian Association. We've got a tight agenda. We're going to have a look at the regions and talk about them this morning, and then we're going to make the attempt of having and drawing a full conclusion and what influence this has on the full country. The first part of our day will be dealing with the economy, and we're going to be together with our moderator, Mr. Stefan Kegebein, and his very interesting panelists.
Mhm.
Stefan, we cannot hear you.
Entschuldigung, ich war gemutet. Das sind die kleinen Tücken des Technikalltags.
Sorry, I was muted. These are the little tricky things of technology. Let me welcome you to the Economic Forum of the Minsk Forum that will be opened by the ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to Belarus, Mr. Manfred Huterer. Let me just emphasize that this Economic Forum also is the Belarus panel of the business states that are being organized also in December with the European Commission, the German Foreign Association, and we are welcoming you, and we're also inviting you very warmly. And we're very happy that we're going to start with such a highly valued and interesting panel.
Ja, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, ich darf Sie ganz herzlich aus Minsk begrüßen. Ich hoffe natürlich sehr, dass wir uns nächstes Jahr hier wieder physisch treffen können und auf den großen Empfang, den wir im Anschluss an die Eröffnung immer organisieren. Da freue ich mich schon jetzt. Ich glaube, wir hatten gestern einen starken Auftakt des Forums mit einer sehr intensiven Diskussion über die wirklich historischen Prozesse, die momentan in Belarus ablaufen. Heute geht es, wie gesagt, um die Wirtschaft, ob es gelingt, die politische Krise, in der Belarus sich befindet, momentan zu lösen, wird erhebliche Auswirkungen auf die wirtschaftliche Prosperität von Belarus haben. Dies hat natürlich auch Konsequenzen für die Handels- und Investitionsbeziehungen des Landes zu Deutschland und der Europäischen Union. Klar ist dabei, und das, glaube ich, ist die Essenz auch der Panels von gestern, klar ist dabei, dass ohne ein Eingehen auf die Kernforderungen der EU, nämlich Freilassung der politischen Gefangenen, ein Stopp der Gewalt gegen friedliche Demonstranten und der Beginn eines Dialogs zwischen der Staatsmacht und der Gesellschaft mit anschließenden Neuwahlen, keine Normalisierung der Beziehungen zwischen Belarus und der EU möglich sein wird. Aus deutscher Perspektive kann ich unterstreichen, dass in den letzten Jahren neben dem zivilgesellschaftlichen Austausch gerade auch die Wirtschaftsbeziehungen eine der tragenden Säulen unserer Beziehungen waren. Unsere Handels- und Investitionsbeziehungen haben sich in den letzten Jahren trotz Rückgangs, trotz einer Delle seit dem letzten Jahr insgesamt, kann man sagen, generell positiv entwickelt. In Belarus sind über 300 Unternehmen mit deutscher Kapitalbeteiligung tätig. Ihr Engagement im Übrigen ist nachhaltig und langfristig orientiert. Diese Unternehmen, viele sind mittelständische Unternehmen. Diese Unternehmen sind nicht nach Belarus gekommen, um schnell das Geld zu machen und dann wieder zu gehen, sondern um zu bleiben. Unsere beiden Länder verbindet eine ganze Reihe wirtschaftlicher Gemeinsamkeiten. Dazu gehören eine Tradition industrieller Produktion, eine Orientierung auf den Export und eine bemerkenswerte Arbeitsethik. Belarus' geografische Lage, aber auch seine historische Tradition. Und ich glaube, das ist ganz besonders wichtig in diesem Zusammenhang, seine Tradition als Brücke zwischen Ost und West, seine gute Infrastruktur und gut ausgebildete Fachkräfte sind gute Voraussetzungen für Belarus zu einem attraktiven Wirtschaftspartner zu werden. Und so könnte Deutschland als Technologiepartner in vielen Schlüsselbereichen von großer Bedeutung für die weitere Modernisierung, Entwicklung und Diversifizierung der belarussischen Wirtschaft sein. Конечно, существует достаточный потенциал для расширения сотрудничества. Это без сомнения относится к IT-сектору в наших странах. Я думаю, что Германии еще нужно многое наверстать в сфере дигитализации. Также это касается сотрудничества по поддержке малого и среднего бизнеса в Беларуси. И, конечно, размышления о том, как нам и далее сокращать торговые барьеры, облегчать сотрудничество или как мы можем и далее улучшать инвестиционный климат для немецких предприятий в Беларуси и помогать белорусским предприятиям с потенциальным выходом на рынок Германии. Я думаю, что важной отправной точкой является повестка дня в области устойчивого развития на период до 2030 года. Она создала центральные ориентиры для международного сотрудничества, так и для деятельности на государственном, региональном и местном уровне. Однако именно тема устойчивого развития и устойчивой экономической модели в Беларуси вызывает, конечно, некоторые критические вопросы к сегодняшней структуре белорусской экономики, которую вы сейчас обсудите. Слишком крупные государственные предприятия с слабой эффективностью, недостаточная социальная защищенность, слишком слабая инвестиционная безопасность, недостаточная поддержка частного сектора, особенно в условиях пандемии. Уважаемые дамы и господа, я перечислил все эти пункты, чтобы обозначить, чего можно было бы достигнуть при наличии необходимых политических предпосылок. Беларусь сегодня нуждается в политических изменениях и политическом транзите. Сейчас необходимо в средносрочной перспективе разработать модели для такого перехода или идеи для честной и социально справедливой трансформации. При этом нужно избегать ошибок прошлого, олигархического капитализма, как в России, или шоковой терапии, чтобы люди в разочаровании не отвернулись от демократии и свободы, обращаясь опять к нелиберальным силам. Именно поэтому политическим силам, которые будут формировать новую Беларусь, понадобится экономическое пространство для социально ответственной и справедливой трансформации. Поэтому сейчас как важно создать широкомасштабную программу помощи со стороны ЕС. Мы вчера часто говорили в разных панелях об этом, программу помощи со стороны ЕС, которая в случае политической трансформации поддержит страну в преодолении стоящих перед ней вызовов. Именно во времена угрозы появления новых пропастей между Востоком и Западом нам нужен более интенсивный диалог, а не его ослабление. Основном, конечно, диалог между гражданскими обществами. Поэтому я считаю большой удачей существование Минского форума, который является идеальной лабораторией, а в этом году еще и своеобразным, можно сказать, цифровым мостом для новых форм сотрудничества и диалога. Желаю вам плодотворной и увлекательной дискуссии. Большое вам спасибо.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for your introduction, for your opening remarks, for your impulses. I guess you have set some very good points for our discussion, and I'm sure that the one or the other speaker will take up your remarks and refer to it. So thank you very much for your contribution. Now I would like to start our panel. And firstly, of course, would warmly welcome our panelists who will join us today. Maybe I have a first round of introduction that you know who is speaking in the next 60 minutes. First, we have Kateryna Bornukova. She's the director of the Belarusian Research and Outreach Center. Secondly, we have Alexander Chubrik. He is the director of the IPM Research Center. Thirdly, we have Robert Kirchner from the German Economic Team. Welcome, Robert. Then Eugeniy Lobanov. He's the director of the Center for Environmental Solutions. Welcome, Eugeniy. And Jeroen Willems. He's the deputy head of unit at the European Commission, DG NEAR. Welcome, Jeroen. And we have two commentators, Stefan Hoffmann from North IT Group and Ales Alachnovich from economic advisor of the team of Ms. Tikhanovskaya. So welcome, everybody. We will have two separated or two different rounds of our panel discussion today. In the first round, we want to discuss a bit the current status. We will focus on how the panelists assesses the current state of the Belarusian economy and which internal and external factors have led to this state, to this current situation. And the second part, we will more focus on future aspects on how the development could be in the next years. So having said this, I would like to hand over first to Kateryna Bornukova. Kateryna, so the floor is yours. Maybe you can share us your view on the current situation economic-wise in Belarus, please.
Yes, thank you, Stefan. Let me start with some background since I'm the first one to speak. Belarusian economy was stagnating for the last 10 years. This stagnation's main reason is the lack of reforms, in particular in state-owned sector. And of course, when we had our economy hit by COVID, and Belarus is a small open economy, it was clear that the consequences would be harsh. And while the GDP did not contract as much as we expected it to contract, we still, the economy was still hit significantly, and it manifested itself in the deterioration of the financial state of the enterprises, first of all, state-owned enterprises, which had to keep up the output. And of course, this resulted in financial losses, and financial losses translated in increase in debts of the state-owned enterprises, and this created a huge potential for financial crisis. And of course, afterwards, the August events came, and the first and major consequence is the break of trust towards the government, both from population and the businesses alike. And we all observe and analyze the immediate consequences of this. And the immediate consequence was, first of all, the the collapse of trust to the banking system when people started withdrawing their deposits, converting their rubles into currencies. And we see that the National Bank had to react quite drastically to that, introducing liquidity constraints policy, which is depressing for economic growth. Let's put it the way it is. And we also see the outflow of IT, but these are only, and of course this worries us. And another thing which is worrying us and the government as well is how to keep up the currency liquidity, how to finance the international debts Belarus has. We have over 3 billion to pay out next year in debt repayment and servicing. We only have 7.5 billion in reserves. So the question of where to get financing for repaying the debts would be the is the most imminent question right now on the policy table, right? Given that we do not have access to either international markets or to funding from international financial organizations, from IMF, for example. But there are other things that, that follow from this well, first of all, break of trust, and then continued repression of many citizens of Belarus. And I'm saying this as my colleague, one of the best economists in Belarus, Dmitry Kruk, is in jail for, just being out in the street on Sunday. So, and these consequences are obviously that, given this lack of trust and lack of certainty, there will be no long-term investments. I mean, does not matter what we do right now with laws on investment regulation, whatever. International investment will not, foreign direct investment will not come to Belarus unless we resolve the current political situation. The same goes for, for Belarusians. They will not invest long run. They will not venture into new businesses and enterprises. And all of this would have, very important long run consequences. There are also no trust to even the best of policies which right now the government is trying to introduce. Neither people nor businesses would respond to these policies accordingly because they do not trust in the best intentions. And just to finish, right now, according to the polls, 1/3 of the population has symptoms of mild depression, and 10% have symptoms of moderate or severe depression. And with this situation, with people depressed, the economy would also be depressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Kateryna, for your input. I guess the main issue is the lack of trust and the uncertainties in the future. I guess we can focus more on that in the second part when we discuss how to overcome this crisis or the situation and how to find ways out of it. I would like now hand over to Alexander Chubrik. Sorry. So maybe you can add. Do you share the view of Kateryna? Maybe you can add the one or the other perspective. What is your assessment, your opinion about the situation?
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thanks for inviting me to speak here. In fact, I can follow to what Katya said in terms of perception of private sector, because we are running monthly, like for the second month, we are running monthly surveys of 100 plus companies from the private sector of different size, and can monitor business confidence and expectations of private companies in terms of their economic status, financial status, production, demand, etc. And we also have questions there about risks and about the perception of the main obstacles for expansion of their companies. And what we can see just in 1 month, November comparing to October, we observe deterioration of expectations in all the sectors, industry, construction, trade, and services. In October, industry, I mean private sector, industrial private sector, felt more or less okay, but and expectations were quite positive. But this month, all sectors demonstrate negative expectations, and we can say that based on these polls, private companies are facing and expecting further economic crisis. So this is quite important because it is not only official figures, but also, overall mood in the private sector. Second important issue about this data, survey data, is overall perception of risks of doing business in Belarus. And the perception of risks is extremely high. So we have a scale from 1 to 5, where 1 very low risks, 5 very high risks. And the average score on this question for the second month is from 4.3 to 4.4, which means, very high or very high risks. And of course, as Katya mentioned, taking into account this high perception of risks, you can hardly count on any kind of expansion, any kind of attraction of investments. Also, we are asking about obstacles for expansion of economic activity of private companies. And I should say that the key, top 5 obstacles are more or less the same for the second month, and they include very high uncertainty. Almost 70% of companies mentioning high uncertainty, more than 60% mention macroeconomic instability, and it is quite important because the National Bank put a lot of effort to stabilize the situation during the last 5 years. And in fact, in half a year, all these efforts were ruined, especially in the last 12 months. So macroeconomic instability is once again in top 5 of the obstacles. What was not surprising, but it is a really extraordinary situation where mistrust to the legal system is in top 5. In October and November, it was like third and top third and top 4th obstacle for expansion of business. In fact, due to the quite a low size of the low number of companies, like 125 last month. This is more or less the same story. So financial problems is another, is the last in this top 5. So you can see that we have the whole set of obstacles for doing business and can describe the economic and political crisis, because mistrust to legal system, like number 3 obstacle or number 4 obstacle for doing business, is really something extraordinary, because you can compare this situation to, for instance, BIP's surveys of the IFC, World Bank, EBRD. So this is like mutual survey, and this issue is not among the top obstacles for doing business at all. So it is in the bottom in the most of all countries of the region. But now this is really the signs of very severe crisis. And the biggest problem is that, as Katya mentioned again, we have political solutions of economic problems. Unfortunately, there is no good economic solutions or efficient enough economic solutions that can be applied now.
Thank you, Alexander, for this very interesting results of the surveys. But I guess it is a very good instrument to really see what entrepreneurs are thinking, because they are very often the driving forces of economic development, and what they think, where they put their private money on. I guess they have a very good system where to put it or where to put it not. Thank you very much for this insight. I would like to come now to Robert Kirchner from the German economic team. Robert, we heard something about the efforts of the National Bank of Belarus. You and your team are not only experienced in high-ranking consultancy in Belarus with the National Bank and Ministry of Finance, but also in other countries of the Eastern Partnership. That means you have a sound background on the procedures. What is the assessment of the German economic team on the current situation? We would like to hear your analysis, your views on the topic, please, Robert.
Yes, thank you very much, Stefan, dear participants. I would like to add a few observations on what Kateryna and Alexander said. And overall, I, of course, share their rather sober assessment of the current macroeconomic and financial situation. It is difficult, for sure. I think both due to internal and external factors, and also both due to short-term and long-term factors. And currently, we see that these kind of determinants overlap to some extent. And on the long term, I mean, Kateryna was absolutely right. There's a last 10 years, I mean, we saw more or less a stagnation of GDP. That was different from the early 2000s until the great financial crisis, where there were at least steady income gains. The economy was growing, and some years in double-digit numbers. But that stopped at some point after the global financial crisis, and these gains were not delivered anymore. And now what we see is really a kind of economy that is not growing. So the reasons for that we discussed many years already, also at the Minsk Forum. And I would say this state-centered model is, of course, the main culprit, and it simply did not deliver and does not deliver anymore. In the short term, I think what added to this already bleak picture is COVID in the beginning of the year, the pandemic, which basically hit the country through external factors mainly. And here again, we see the high oil commodity dependency of the country, which is also, of course, part of the heritage. And then after August, there came this wave of political uncertainty related to the election results. The current discussion regarding sanctions or the introduction of sanctions, but also the discussion regarding new waves of sanctions is, of course, something that only adds further to this uncertainty. And just the discussion itself is already influencing, of course, also business behavior and so on in a negative way. Sector-wise, because that was also a question, we have also seen, I would say, worrying signs. I just want to make two observations. One is on the IT sector. I'm sure that Stefan Hoffmann will say later more about it, but this was really, over the last couple of years, one of the main growth drivers of the economy, contributing up to 8% of GDP, contributing a lot of export earnings. And now there are question marks whether this success story will continue or whether there will be a reversal or stop of these growth dynamics. And also in the banking sector, that has been already said, over the last couple of years, we saw some encouraging signs. Sasha mentioned that also. We saw some fight from the National Bank towards a de-dollarization, towards decrease in directed lending. And here we see also some new worrying signs that dollarization again is growing due to the crisis. That also directed lending, that's what Kateryna mentioned also, to state-owned enterprises is on the uptake. So some things that the National Bank fought for many years, and it takes really a lot of time. They can be lost overnight. Credibility is unfortunately gained only through very, very hard steps over a long time, but can be unfortunately lost very quickly. That's a very asymmetric nature here. So overall, I would say a bleak picture, which is further is even more dramatic because Belarus does not have strong buffers. Whether it's a foreign exchange reserves, whether it's a fiscal situation, Belarus does not have a lot of resources to weather such a shock, multiple shocks. And also international support, which could be, of course, could be an alternative to support the country, is in the current situation a very, very difficult to achieve. So overall, I would also just agree with my two predecessors that this current situation is very tense. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I guess it was a very good, to all speakers, a very good broad overview on the overall situation in the country. Unfortunately, not very optimistic for the moment, what we all regret, I guess. Evgeny, I would like to come to you now, tackling the topic of green business, green economy, recycling management. You are an expert on this in this sector. I remember that we talked last year at the Minsk Forum on this sector in Belarus, having in mind that we will have the nuclear power plant coming into operation, and the perspective of all these connected topics. So maybe I would like to ask you to give an assessment from your point of view about this sector. Is there any some hopes when it comes to green business, to recycling management. What is the state of the art? Eugeniy, please.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Stefan. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Because I'm really an environmental guy here in the panel, I guess my role is really to give us some observations regarding environmental aspects and green economy, and I will not repeat about what my colleagues about general stance of Russia. Really not very much optimistic. In recent times, at least before beginning of this year, we really saw big trends when it comes to growing of public interest to environmental values, and at least in Minsk and big cities. And from our perspective, it gave quite a serious background for some green economy components development, and especially for small and medium-sized business. And to start from some positive things, some defense, at least in last year, so some positive development in agriculture. In Belarus, we got more and more small farmers, small and medium-sized farmers, I would say, who use oriented for export to EU sharing economy components, especially in transport, bike sharing, and some similar. Also, we see quite positive development when it comes to packaging industry and development regarding elimination of single-use plastic packaging, which already starting from January next year in most of restaurants, cafes, and hotels. Single-use plastic packaging and single-use plastic dishes will be banned. So basically, there is a number of positive stories. But at the same time, on the other hand, I would say that environmental aspects and environmental protection efforts are still being considered in general rather an obstacle for economic development. And of course, we're very much worried that as a country, I would say we're quite late with introduction of climate incentives into our economic development, and looking for developments with European Green Deal. We're quite afraid in coming few years will be very climate neutrality requirements into our economy. And another aspect which I would perhaps just touch a little bit now is the development of circular economy, which is, I think, an important priority for us. Perhaps it's very difficult really support for development, which we might really try to prioritize.
Eugeniy, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Your video disappeared, and the audio connection is now broken. Maybe you try to restart your settings and dial in again. So you're vanished now. I guess we will proceed with your own, but we will take you for the second round again. But we do not see anything right now currently. So maybe you restart your settings. Okay. Thanks to all the speakers for now. Now we have, last but not least, the view from Brussels. Jeroen Willems from the Director General for Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations, better known as DG NEAR, from the European Commission. So Jeroen, maybe you can share some the view from Brussels on the current situation, the reaction on the current situation, and maybe you try to avoid a bit talk about the future, since this would be the topic for the second half of the panel. So please, Jeroen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stefan. And that's the sadness of virtual panels. You have suddenly panelists that have a problem with their Wi-Fi connection. Very interesting presentations of Kateryna, Alexander, and Robert. And before zooming in on the EU response to the current situation in Belarus, let me say that I think we broadly agree with the analysis of Kateryna, Alexander, and Robert when it comes to the structural weaknesses that exist for a very long time, and that as EU we have been trying to work on with Belarus through our assistance, like twinning, technical assistance. We've been working with the World Bank on a reforms roadmap, always, as we know, using a gradual approach, and it was difficult to touch on the core issue of the state-owned enterprise reform, with stability being key. I always thought that it should be evolution, not revolution. And obviously, with the current situation and the uncertainty that was mentioned by many, these modest reforms are not going to even move forward, nor could we actually provide support to that in the current circumstances. However, when it comes to the short-term situation, allow me to give a slightly different perspective, because yes, it is true that Belarus will face some recession this year, although the government still aims to receive zero growth by the end of 2020. But if you compare the current macro picture, I'm talking numbers here, with what we see in the Eastern Partnership countries as a whole, actually Belarus has been weathering the COVID storm reasonably well. Ukraine is going to have 6.4% recession, Moldova 7.2%, Georgia 5.8%. I mean, Belarus is quite far away from these type of numbers. Obviously, its response to COVID was also somewhat different, with virtually no lockdown, but it also could benefit from, I think, a good harvest this year, as well as the effect of discretionary fiscal policies ahead of the presidential vote that helped to boost domestic consumption. And also when it comes to the external financing pressure, I agree very much that on the longer term, this is going to be a major factor, but in the short term, with this famous loan coming from Russia of 1.5 billion and 1.4 billion borrowed in the market, there is no immediate, let's say, risks. And we can also see this, for instance, in admittedly very low forex reserves, but they have actually been increasing. If we look at the latest numbers provided by the bank, the National Bank, we've seen an increase as per the 1st of November. But obviously, and as all speakers have said, I think the key issue really is this longer term structural issues of the underperforming, low efficient state-owned enterprises, which, as many said, is not new. I would like to just show you a nice, or explain to you a nice statistics when it comes to how this has impacted asset depletion in the country compared to other countries in the Eastern Partnership. So in Ukraine, household wealth between 2000 and 2017 increased with 50%. In Moldova, it increased 6 times. In Belarus, it halved. So there is a real structural problem taking place, a bubble, if you want, that is going to burst at some point in time. And obviously the current situation with all the uncertainties and indeed absolutely no appetite for investment, because what investors want is first and foremost some kind of certainty, is not going to play favorably in the longer term. Now, when it comes to the response of the EU to this situation, and let me try to zoom in and also a little bit on how that could affect the economic situation. Broadly, as you know, the response of the EU has been fivefold, using a mix of sticks and carrots. Now, when it comes to the sticks, the first and most visible one is the sanctions that we have put in place in 2 rounds, including in the second round to Lukashenko and other high-ranking officials responsible for repression and intimidation of the peaceful demonstrators or the electoral fraud. This has symbolic value, but obviously has no real impact on the economy. This could change with the third package that we are preparing now, where we not only will target potentially individuals, but also possibly entities. As we're working on this now, obviously we cannot say much on this topic. Second element has been to reach out our hand and to call out for a dialogue as a way out of the crisis. It's, in our view, the only way to find a sustainable solution. And it's indeed the only way to ensure that investors would come in. And this impact on investment, I found it very interesting to hear the previous speakers. We've also seen indeed a net FDI inflow in the first half of the year, seeing melted away into an FDI outflow in the third quarter of this year. And also Fitch, as you may have seen, has reduced its rating or for outlook for Belarus for long-term foreign currency issues from stable to negative. And I think that's all clear signs that this need for dialogue is absolutely necessary to move towards longer-term sustainability. Third element is to really step up our support to civil society and the people of Belarus. So we have been there as from the start, providing support to the victims, to independent media, to digital outlets. As the situation is unfortunately protracting, we are going to announce very soon an additional package of support that includes support to civil society and media, to youth, to health, but also to SMEs, because I think it is important that we keep working with appropriate due diligence to make sure that we reach the right beneficiaries, to support SMEs in Belarus, an area where the country has a lot of potential. If you look at the percentage of contribution of SMEs to GDP, it's about half of GDP. In Europe, it's 85%. So plenty of scope for further development there. At the same time, we are scaling down substantially our engagement with the Belarus authorities. All these programs I mentioned at the beginning, the TAIEX, the twinning, the technical assistance, unless they are in the EU offensive interest, for instance, in the area of nuclear safety, or when they are really supporting the people of Belarus, it would be a no-go and we cannot move forward. And that's not just for our grant assistance, but also for the loans coming from EIB and EBRD. That actually has quite some impact also on the broader financing needs of the Belarus government moving forward. The fifth element, and that's already the forward-looking element, so we can talk a bit more, but not too much, because we are advanced in the preparation, but not yet in the adoption, is that we are working on a comprehensive economic plan for a future democratic Belarus. So this is, let's say, at the moment, the broad response of the EU, as well as our slightly dissonant view, more on the here and now, but less on the where are we heading from now.
Thank you, Jeroen, for your input. I will suggest that in the second one, of course, the other speakers should feel free to respond to each other if you would like to. So you have a lively kind of discussion how it is possible under digital circumstances. Before I would like to go to the future questions, we received one question or remark from the audience, from the chat. So I encourage everybody to use this option and to post your questions or comments to the chat. We try to bring up as much as possible of these questions to the speakers. So I have one question regarding the sectors. I quote it now. According to official figures, the chemical industry is the second most important industry in Belarus after the IT sector. And the colleague asked for a feedback comment on this issue from the speakers. So who feel ready to comment on this? If some.
Which sector is the second largest after IT?
He wrote the chemical industry. According to what he read, is the chemical industry the second largest or the most important industry in Belarus after IT sector. Maybe you can give an insight what your numbers says about the sector importance.
Well, in fact, it is quite strange that IT sector is number one sector in Belarus, because it is probably number one in terms of the speed of, it was at least, in terms of speed of its expansion, but not in terms of its contribution to GDP, of course. But it was growing very fast, and well, I think based on the data on the second quarter of this year, the last available until recently, IT services exports was almost of total exports of services in Belarus. So it is quite important sector. In terms of chemical sector, of course, it is important because it includes Belaruskali, which is a large potash producer, well, one of the largest in the world. So in this sense, chemical industry is really important. But in terms of the value added, I should say is that if you compare, okay, Belaruskali is a large company, but for instance, our dairy producers, well, this milk producers, dairy products producers, they are much more important in terms of, for instance, employment. Our food producers are more important than chemical products producers.
Okay, thank you, Alexander. Maybe the colleague meant that the IT sector was really the growth, the growth sector in the previous years. Maybe that was mentioned. I would like now to go to our second round, having a look, an outlook, or trying to see what happens in the next 12 months, maybe in the future. Mr. Ambassador mentioned that Germany could be a very good innovation partner for Belarus. He mentioned the IT sphere, so we will come later on to this topic, which could be a fruitful sphere and sector for cooperation. And of course, it's important, I guess, Mr. Ambassador, the support of Belarusian SMEs to enter the German and the EU market, I guess, is very important to strengthen the bilateral relations. In the discussion now, we heard a lot of the topic of the refinancing, the financing. Jeroen is a bit for the short term, a bit more optimistic than other speakers. Maybe Robert can take up this comment. How do you assess, Robert, the refinancing, the financing options for the public sector and the large state-owned companies in the next year, in the next 12 months? I would be curious to hear your assessment on this.
Yes, maybe let me just react briefly also to what Jeroen said on the short-term macro picture. I would be a bit more cautious when looking at current data, because I mean, obvious, the country didn't have all these lockdowns that were taken in other countries, and there are clear international comparisons. Oxford is doing a kind of lockdown index where Belarus is really kind of outlier. And that had, of course, implications for the economic situation, because simply they didn't close so many sectors. This is mirrored in the data, yes. On the other hand, the state-owned enterprises, they kept on producing during the crisis. And that is in the GDP statistics, whether it's inventory or whether it's sold, it doesn't matter, it's GDP. And we have some indications that some of these goods, they were not sold, but rather pile up on the, on the courtyards. And this shows also that the financial situation of state-owned enterprises in general became more tense, that they run up more debt. And so I would be a bit more cautious on interpreting current situation. And also next year, I mean, we see in the whole region a recovery. For Belarus, for instance, the World Bank paints a very difficult picture for next year. So they see it more of a continuation of the negative situation. So I would also on the short term be more on the cautious side. In terms of refinancing, indeed, that's a tough question. I would say there are two basic drains for reserves. One is the refinancing, yes, and the other thing is the population through the banking sector. So if they start to ask for dollars, if they exchange rubles into dollars, then I mean the national bank needs to react to some extent and intervene. On the repayment side, my impression is that Russia was always and still continues to be the ultimate lender of last resort. And I think this has not changed. And this was just obvious over the last couple of months when they arranged some new loans. I would still argue that Russia has probably not an interest to stabilize Belarus on a sustainable manner. So they will always kind of keep them on a tight leash. And also the question is, what do they get in return? I mean, Russia has a certain agenda towards Belarus, also in the economic sphere. And here, the jury is out. What will be, what will be that something that Belarus might need to give in return in order to continue to get this refinancing. That's one thing. The other thing I think, which is much less can be much less controlled, is this financial turbulence that may come and go. I mean, we have seen several waves. We have seen billions of interventions that were necessary to stabilize the situation. This is a risk factor that is really difficult to predict. I mean, we cannot say whether there is a new, bout of uncertainty, which then might again force the national bank to intervene and lose reserves, which are not that big, and which is also something that, and Jeroen said that rightly, rating agencies are concerned, change their outlook. So overall, the picture, I would say, is tense. I do not see a kind of immediate risk, but overall, it's a tense situation.
Thank you, Robert. Kateryna, you would be the next one anyhow, I would ask to jump in. So, of course, once with a comment of what Jeroen said, of what Robert said, and maybe I add another question. So far, the foreign trade policy of Belarus was to have a third part with Russia, with the EU as a foreign trade volume, a third with Russia, and the third with the rest of the world. So how do you see this for the future? What could be the future export markets for Belarus? Is this having the third strategy? Is it appropriate, or what do you think? What could be the future strategy on that? After your comments on Robert, please.
Yeah, I would just. I'm very skeptical about this optimism on the Russian loan. Yes, we have been promised 1.5 billion. We have received $500 million, but the very same day, basically the same day we received it, it was transferred back to Russia as a payment of debt for gas. So basically what happened is the exchange of private debt for gas into public debt. And we still have no news on the next payments. And yes, Russia will be keeping us on a very tight leash. And also I should note that Russia is not in a very good financial condition right now, and it cannot afford to finance Belarus in such a way that Belarus can sustain the current level of incomes, for example. Going to your question on trade, Belarus has repeatedly voiced desire to diversify away from Russia. Actually, it's 40% of trade which goes to Russia, of exports of goods. So far, these efforts have been fruitless because, to diversify, we need again to reform our economy. Unless, some sanctions essentially cancel out part of the trade with the European Union, I see no changes in trade without significant changes in how economy works.
Thank you, Kateryna. Jeroen, I would just come back to you. You mentioned that the EU is adapting the policy instruments towards Belarus, and you mentioned some points for closer and more intensified cooperation. Maybe you can have a look in the future to the next 12 months where you can see a more intensified cooperation. And I would like to add a question from the chat. Maybe that is for Ales as well, interesting for your comment. I'll quote the question now. What about the Marshall Plan for the EU West for Belarus? Ms. Tiranovskaya mentioned the plan yesterday. Is it on its way? And do we have anybody on the panel information on the timetable for implementation? And a question, could Ukraine be a blueprint for Western engagement? So, Jeroen, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. And just responding to previous colleagues, in the end, I think we are saying the same thing, just slightly from a different angle. I mean, it's obvious that there are these structural weaknesses. At the same time, when it comes to Belarus repaying its debt, it has over the years developed a really good and solid reputation of repaying debt. It has always prioritized public spending to allow for debt to be repaid, but it doesn't mean that indeed this Titanic, which we know is moving towards a rock, the question is just when is it going to hit that rock? And your guess is as good as mine when it comes to that particular question. Now, moving forward on the next 12 months, it's very difficult to say how our relation will be with Belarus, because that will be essentially determined by Belarus, by developments in Belarus itself. So we have clearly given an indication on the one hand that we want to reduce our engagement with the government and enhance our engagement with the people. We are ready to increase our engagement with the government should it take the right measures, and they have been spelled out very, very clearly. Moreover, and that links to the issue of this Marshall Plan, but we like to call it the Comprehensive Economic Plan for a Democratic Belarus. Should there be a positive and democratic transition, then as an EU, we are ready to substantially, but really substantially step up our support to the country. And this comprehensive economic plan is being prepared, and it's quite advanced. We hope to have it announced still this month, but until it has been internally agreed, I cannot say so much about it other than the full spectrum, but really the full spectrum of all the instruments that the EU has at its disposal to support a democratic Belarus will be used.
Thank you very much, Jeroen. I would just take in Alexander again. So when we look into the future, of course, we talked about the state-owned, the big state-owned companies. You mentioned the SME sector, the private business. So what is your assessment? Which sectors are the most innovative? So we heard a lot of IT industry. Maybe Stefan will give some insights or share their insights some as well later. But what are, from your point of view, let's say the 3 or 4 most promising sectors of the Belarusian economy when we thinking about private business and entrepreneurship? So where are the points of cooperation?
Well, every time when I hear this kind of question, what are the best sectors here or there, I feel myself quite uncomfortable because, today you see these sectors that are most promising. Tomorrow the situation is changing, and well, we have different sectors. Of course, we have some sectors of clusters of companies, private companies. As I mentioned, in the food processing industry, in high-tech producers of different kinds of equipment, and even in the light industry, you can find very innovative and fastly developing companies or clusters of companies, but also services. So, everywhere where you have developed private sector, you will see innovation and plenty of opportunities for cooperation in the situation when the current political crisis will be resolved. So unless it is resolved, you can hardly about any kind of long-term opportunities of cooperation, unfortunately. But in terms of state-owned enterprises, I think that it is quite important to stress once again that Belarus, is no longer the economy where the state-owned enterprise sector is dominating. It is no longer the key employer in the economy. It is no longer the key exporter in the economy. So even in the industrial sector, it is stagnating or shrinking, while the private sector is growing. So, in this sense, it is very important to realize that the private sector is the first of all, it is now the core of the economy. Of course, it is the driver of the economy, the driver of employment. At least it was. And I think it is. If you look at the data of the first half of the year, unemployment in private sector and state-owned enterprise sector, you will see that private sector, even during the pandemic, during the first wave of pandemic, increased employment, while the state-owned enterprises fired people. So in the first half of this year, so it is also quite impressive outcome, and it is not only because the absence of lockdown here in Belarus, but also due to the quite a high adaptiveness of the private sector and its flexibility. And also if you think about further actions, so what can be done here in terms of policies, in terms of overall understanding of the situation in Belarus, you should take into account not only the current fast changes in the society, very fast changes in the society, like formation of civil society, formation of nation, after all. You should take into account that these processes were quite long-standing. And for instance, if you compare Belarusians like 10 or 15 years ago and Belarusians now, you see that in terms of our relationship with the state, in terms of our relationship with the private sector, our attitudes towards market economy, we changed dramatically. For instance, if you look at the data of the most recent European value study, you'll see that Belarusians are at the third place in Europe after Albania and Austria, I don't remember, or Denmark, I don't remember precisely, in terms of the share of population who thinks that the share of private sector should increase and state-owned sector should decrease in the economy. So even Switzerland, so we surpass Switzerland on the. So in this sense, we are absolutely ready to economic transformation of the country. We grow up here, all this necessary approval of the private property of important. We are relying on ourselves, not on the state. So it is quite important changes in the society that really need to be appreciated by the state and really should be taken into account by any kind of reformers that will do something to our economy in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. So I just can, sorry for misusing my right of the moderator. I just, as a representative of a business association, I only can say that companies, even mid-sized companies, of course, needs partners in the country which are at a similar size somehow, which have a similar entrepreneurial thinking, and that is, I guess, the way where, how companies and investors will come to a country. It's a kind of disbalance if you have a mid-sized company with, I don't know, 1,000 employees, and then a state-owned companies with tens of thousands of employees. So there will be, just from a pure point of a mid-sized company, very, very hard to have a cooperation having this very, very dispartial partners. So that is what we can really support, to have more private business that I was will foster for sure the cooperation. I have a question from the chat, not specific to one of the speakers. So who would be able to take it? Please feel free to take it. I quote the question now: where will there will be, okay, that's the question is if there will be a state budgetary crisis in Belarus next year. So some of you mentioned that there will be a somehow a more or less stable situation. Some others are less optimistic. So the question, whoever will take it, will there be a budgetary crisis next year in Belarus? So who wants to respond? Alexander, you're looking like.
Well, you know, the risks are here, but well, you can't be 100% sure that it will happen or it will not happen. It depends on the external shocks, of course. So if we have additional external shocks to what we have now, the likelihood is higher. Well, no external shocks, the likelihood is low. So it depends on many aspects. Also, it depends on the well, further monetary policy. Also, it depends on the overall policies towards the private sector. So, well, many factors that can deteriorate the situation and can provoke well, further risks of well, fiscal crisis. And sovereign debt crisis next year. But well, if you look at the most recent well, rankings of well, Fitch or other companies, well, they remain the same ranking, sovereign credit rank, but only deteriorate the forecast. Now it is negative instead of stable. That's it. So from their perspective, in the absence of external shock, they have only negative forecast of development of ranking. And I think that it is quite accurate, well, assessment of the situation.
Okay, thank you. Someone else was in reaction? Robert,
yeah, maybe just to add, I have a similar view. I mean, the question is how you define fiscal crisis. And if you say this would be a default, then I would also say this is not the base case. And for the rating agencies, I think they factor in the ratings also the Russian support, right? Because, I mean, the majority of public debt is to official creditors, to Russia, to China. That's, I think, about 80%. And so Belarus in the past has shown strong willingness to repay, or that there were at least deals to refinance the debt. And I think this is also for next year the base case. Belarus will do, I think, the most it can to continue this process. And if they then have to cut on other sides, on other expenditure, on industrial support, whatever, that may be. But then it's just, it adds to the difficult economic outlook, but it does not constitute a default. So my base case would be also that they are trying to be on the same path as they went before, and follow a tight fiscal policy. So that's, but the challenges are there, of course.
Yeah, please.
Can I? Yeah, it's just
you're welcome, please.
so the only well, right now the Ministry of Finance still has some savings from the good years in the past, which will help it cover some of the deficits this year and next year. So the only risk of fiscal deficit and fiscal crisis comes from the fact that there is political pressure to, say, increase the state investment. This risk realizes then indeed the expenditure may increase so much that we will be close to fiscal crisis. But on the other hand, we see no realization of this policy yet, only talks about it.
Thanks a lot. So I would now come to our two commentators. They had to wait more than an hour. So sorry for this long waiting time, but I guess we had a very interesting discussion, and now you are the ones who could add your comments. So you are the most free in this discussion. So maybe Alice, if you allow, I would give the word first to Stefan from North IT Group, and then Alice, the floor is yours after Stefan. But now, Stefan, please share your comments, your views. So one of the most free people here in the chat.
Yeah, Stefan, thank you very much. Thank you for your invitation. Hello from Minsk. I wrote down that Robert Kirchner quoted me and asked, do you hear me? Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. About the development of the IT sector. Of course, I have only a subject point of view about the development of the IT sector. I speak with partners, I speak with competitors, what they see. And I would say for a short term, we don't feel any impact of the current situation. For me, really 2021 is the year where we have the decision on the IT market. From internal talks to IT, businessmen, lawyers, a lot of developers just ask if they can deploy, if they can go to Lithuania, if they can go to Ukraine, to their offices. Some SME IT companies opening now with 1-2 guys in Kiev, some office, just as a backup. I see it like this. The IT sector in the last years were very hot here, and maybe they're using also this political crisis as an opportunity to diversify. The real effect, and I hope we will not have a brain drain. I really hope that, because I believe in Belarus. I hope that we don't face this next year, but we will see. If I'm making a little bit advertisement now, we have on Saturday a small IT event where I will lead a panel discussion with some German-funded IT companies, and we are talking about the next year, how we see the business. So if somebody is more interested into that, I invite you to join this event. Also, our co-host Ostausschuss will be participating there. So to have a more broad view on that. For me as a German, we like private, small, mid-sized business, and it's nice to hear that the Belarusians see that private business is good. And also private business here in Belarus, in my point of view, stands for a development. And that's maybe we have such a good point of view, not only IT, also other private companies. But like I said, 2021 is for me the interesting year. So my comments on that.
Thank you, Stefan. Alice, now it's your turn.
Thank you, Stefan. Dear ladies and gentlemen, and thank you also to the organizers to make such an event. This is very important to discuss and to share our ideas between us. I will start from the overall my view on the future of the Belarusian economy in the short term, and then comment on some of the ideas that other panelists said before. So, in my opinion, this is obvious that if the current political crisis in Belarus continues, then the authorities will still focus focus exclusively on the repressions, as they did for the last 4 months, then the economic crisis will be long and deep. Foreign investors, on the one hand, will not come to Belarus, but on the contrary, they will begin to withdraw capital from Belarus, which already started actually not in the second half of the year, but in the second quarter and third quarter. Altogether, the outflow of FDI amounted to $230 million in these 2 quarters. Lack of confidence in the legal and judicial system, something that Alexander Chubrik mentioned, dramatically reduces the already modest private investment in the economy. Due to closed international financial markets and the freeze in cooperation with international financial institutions, something that Jeroen Williams mentioned about the EBRD and the European Investment Bank and the Euro Commission, public investment will fall because they will not have enough resources to pay debts and to help state-owned enterprises. Reduced government subsidies to the state-owned enterprises will make some of them insolvent, and some of them will have to bankrupt or reduce significantly the salaries. The authorities have already begun to take revenge and to put pressure on private businesses that was not loyal to the president during this recent election campaign and during the protests. So some of Belarusians, but also businesses, will be forced to leave the country. So this is my opinion, how it will look like if the current political crisis remains. And you can also see how actually the regime reacts. It reacts with shifts in the government, in presidential administrations, and in other organizations. People are shifted, people from the military, from KGB, from other special forces. So not the economy is the number one, but remain in power is the ultimate goal. Now, I would like to come to certain points of our general discussion. Let me start maybe from His Excellency Ambassador. You mentioned that repression should be stopped, and obviously this is not enough because under the current, it's not enough to bring economic changes in Belarus, because under the current political regime, already in the past decade, the economic growth already stopped. We experienced at least 3 significant crises in the past decade. And our perspective, even without political crisis, was very low. And after this, after the political crisis, our perspectives, in the midterm at least, are the worst in the region. So stopping the repressions is not enough. Let me go to some comments on Jeroen. You said that Belarus did reasonably well under the COVID, and I agree with Kateryna that it happened because Belarus ignored the COVID crisis and the health of people, and also because inventories increased to the record high for the last 5 years. So the GDP was not deteriorating so deeply as it was in Poland, in Ukraine, in some other countries. But the trade-off is the deterioration in financial results of state-owned enterprises. You said also that international reserves have been increasing recently, but we need to focus on this in more details. On the one hand, the international foreign reserves increased by only $165 million in the months when we received $500 million from Russia, from Eurasian Fund for Stabilization and Development, right? So without these $500 million the international reserves will actually would be lower. And it's even more important to see that currency reserves, they went down in October. Not significantly, but they went down. As I mentioned earlier, the FDI outflow already started in second, and in the third quarter they continued. Probably they will also continue in fourth quarter and later on. There was solid reputation of Belarus to pay debt, and it's true that Belarus has already paid its debt. And but many things changed this year, and it's we cannot be sure that Belarus will have enough international reserves and external resources to serve the debt in the medium term. Now maybe I would comment on the Robert statement that Russia remains the lender of last resort. I disagree with this, and I also agree with Kateryna that Russia changed the attitude to Belarus. If until 2017 Russia was always ready to support Belarus unconditionally, so that to give new money to serve the previous debts or to give new money to support the state-owned enterprises and so on, now it's no longer true, and now all the money are conditional on something, including political transition in Belarus. And this is also why the regime is trying to find some other options to how to deal with external resources. Alexander Chubrik said that state-owned enterprises is no longer a dominant power, and it's true. However, I think that if the political crisis will not be solved, then the pressure on private business, political pressure, and also the deterioration of business climate in general in Belarus will bring the state-owned enterprises again the dominant power in Belarus. So this is and we know that this sector, as in general, is less effective than private sector. To sum up, I think that even without this political crisis, we have certain unfavorable conditions. From external side, these are tax maneuver in oil industry in Russia. Every year we'll have to pay more for Russian oil. Belarus already pays market price for gas, at least this year. First time in our history, we pay the market price for gas. There are low demand and low prices for petroleum products and potash fertilizers, so the Belarusian key export products. And the midterm perspective is that the prices would be at the similar level for the next few years. And we have also stagnation in Russia, our main trading partner. And this is also rather a medium-term perspective, not just short-term. So we have unfavorable external conditions, but we also have unfavorable internal conditions, including public debt problems, state-owned enterprises inefficiency, but also demography problems. So given these unfavorable conditions, and given the political crisis, I really see rather doom for the Belarusian economy. But it can be solved if the political crisis changes, and if Belarus again improve the conditions for private business, if it gets the support from the international society, international organizations, then our future might be much more brighter. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. So since we're approaching the end of our panel, and I do not want to overstretch the time, I just want to start the closing round. So asking all panelists and commentators, and if you like, Ambassador please feel free to add your comment as well. A question, again, looking to the future next year. Imagine we have Minsk Forum, maybe physically in Minsk, let's see. And we have the task to organize an economic panel, maybe in a different setting, but an economic panel. So what would be the topic, the one topic you would like to discuss, or you see what we discuss next year on the economic panel of the Minsk Forum? So maybe I will start with Eugeniy Lobanov and then ask all the speakers to add one topic, please.
Thank you very much, Stefan. I hope that now connection is better.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Well, I will be optimistic, and I would say that in 1 year we would discuss transformation of Belarusian economy in a direction of green economy, and how to also cooperate with European Green Deal. That would be my message.
Thank you. Then Kateryna, please. Kateryna, are you with us? If you're talking, we don't hear you. Okay.
Yeah, I am here with you. So I hope also that in a year we will be, discussing in detail, well, first of all, the reforms, what to do first, what to do next, and second of all, how to, how to protect vulnerable groups in Belarus from the possible negative effects, and, how to help transform the country into a vibrant, growing economy. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Katya. Alexander Chubik, please.
Well, I hope that next year we will discuss regional, local governance and regional, territorial also reform. So what to do in the regions with our regional development, with our regional policies, and especially with the experience that our society obtained during the last incomplete last year experience in in terms of self-regulation, self-governance. So I believe that now we are far more prepared to the democratic mechanisms of decision making.
Okay, thank you, Alexander. Then Robert.
Yes, looking back at the previous 17 sessions of the Minsk Forum, and in some of them I had the honor also to participate, I think a safe bet is to say that next year we will talk about economic reforms as well. My hope would be that we would move the discussion forward on, some more implementation effects, maybe some showcases already. Maybe we can discuss already some lessons learned, some practical examples. That would be my personal hope for the next year.
So not much more practicing and not so much theory. Jeroen, your wish or your expectation or your wish.
Yeah, as people like to say, I can predict anything except the future. What I hope is that this time next year, first of all, of course, we would be together in a physical format in Minsk, and that we would discuss the details coming out of an IMF program that has just been agreed with a democratically elected new government in the country, backed up by substantial EU macro-financial assistance. And we would discuss the overall economic transformation, not just the green and digital, but the broader economic transformation that has been so much overdue, and we would like to start with this when the conditions allow.
Okay, Stefan, please. I guess, if I may one guess, your first hope, I guess, is that you're still running your business in Minsk.
Yes, this would be, I say, the normal case, but I would like to lead a matchmaking event in the surrounding of the Minsk Forum, which brings SME companies from Europe and Belarus together.
That is a good proposal for the organizers, so they're on the line, and hopefully they heard it. Alice, you are the next one, please.
Yeah, I think that we already mentioned it. So I hope we will meet in person in Minsk, even more of us, and we will discuss the booming private initiatives in Belarus and the huge international cooperation with Belarus, and also the first successes of economic reforms in Belarus.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Ambassador, you opened the panel, and now you have the, we see you, and now you have the honor to close the panel, please.
Ja, nochmals vielen herzlichen Dank für dieses außerordentlich.
Yeah, thank you very much for this highly interesting panel. I hope that we have all seen what is going on in the country in the context of the crisis. We have learned what challenges the country has. Of course, I hope that we are going to physically meet again next year here in Minsk. You also asked which topics we will raise and discuss next year. I really hope that we will talk about transformation-related issues in many different contexts, regarding many different aspects. It's not just about privatization. It's not just about marketization. I mean, these are very important factors, of course, but I do think that next year we will have another topic that needs to be urgently discussed. It is social justice. Please take a look at the history of transformation in post-Soviet countries. You will then see that often, and this also includes Russia, we, at the beginning of the 1990s, had economic concepts that looked pretty good on paper, but when it came to their implementation, it turned out that many things were tricky and difficult. Let me remind you of Yavlinsky's great idea of rent bargain, etc. And this rather disappointing development in Russia at the beginning of the 1990s in terms of the introduction of the market economy should be a lesson for all of us. In other words, we need to make sure that we develop ideas already now. And this, of course, is also a task for economic experts, economic scientists. So how can concepts be developed to make sure that the transformation, which is absolutely necessary and indispensable and of utmost importance for the future of the country, can be socially designed in a way that the entire population is taken on board? And we have to make sure that certain parts of society do not turn away from reforms and turn to illiberal forces. It seems to me that this is a crucial task of and for the forum in 2021. Thank you very much. It was an excellent debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huterer. This exactly was a question in the chat that appeared lately, a question on alternatives and forms of transformation and the approaches between private and public. So thank you very much that you touched this topic in your closing remarks. I would like to thank all the participants today. I just thank you, Eugeniy Lobanov, Kateryna Bornukova, Alexander Chubrik. Thank you very much, Robert Kirchner, Jeroen Willems, Stefan Hoffmann, Ales Alachnovich, sorry, and of course, Ambassador Manfred Huterer in Minsk. So thank you very much for the lively discussion. If someone felt or the questions should not be answered what we saw from the chat, so please share the questions again and address it to one of the speakers. I guess we can forward them to the speakers so that you are in or have the chance to be in direct contact with the speakers. So use this chance and share your questions if you couldn't make it in the chat. So for now, I thank you and would like to hand over to the moderators of the whole day, please. The Minsk Forum studio, as I see here in Zoom.
Und ich habe eigentlich nur noch das Vergnügen, Sie in die Mittagspause zu entlassen.
All I can do is tell you that we are now breaking for lunch. We're going to continue at 12 p.m. Then we will shed light on the different regions in Belarus. Please recharge your batteries because then we will have 2 panels without a break. So enjoy your lunch break. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't have that. I'm using my mobile phone. Well, actually, you also have it on the mobile phone. You just need to look around, you know. So, well, I probably won't do that. Otherwise, I might disappear.
Welcome back. Now we are going to ask the question, what about civic commitment in Belarus this summer, this fall? The next panel has been organized in cooperation with our partners of Friedrich Ebert Foundation and Arthur Schreibmann. You have the floor.
Hello, thank you so much. We are continuing with our Minsk Forum, and right now we're talking about the local activities, the local civil society, given what is happening in the country, because this cannot be ignored. And the Belarusian, well, revolution, as somebody calls it, or uprising, as somebody calls it, or political crisis, whatever, has an unprecedented scale in the region. It has been unseen in case of many of the protest movements, even those that were successful. Tens of cities, you know, it was more than 30, even officially, during the first days, and later on, they are just innumerable. If we try to count all of the larger and lesser protests. So, without any further ado, I would like to briefly introduce our honorable speakers, the panelists, Tatiana Karatkevich, the co-chair of the Public Association Tell the Truth, the former presidential candidate 5 years ago, Mr. Tereshuk, the director for the International Fund of Rural Territory Development. As far as I can understand, here is representing the Mogilov Oblast, Olga Karich, the head of the human rights organization Our Home, which is from Vitebsk, Alexander Yaroshuk, the president of the Belarusian Trade Union Association, and a leader, long-standing leader of the Belarusian Trade Union Development, Sir Clara Gavitz, the deputy of the federal chair of Social Democratic Party of Germany. So she's a local council representative, and it will be interesting to take a look at what is happening with our awakening regions from their perspective. So we're working in our traditional mode, 5 minutes per speaker for the introductory remarks, so that we have some more time for questions. Our session is rather short. After 5 minutes of introductory remarks, I will give you a couple of questions, and after that we're going to follow up with the questions in the chat from our viewers. So I would like to ask the Belarusian speakers to focus on your areas of competences. I won't be asking many detailed questions for now. Now, you were suggested a huge range of opportunities beforehand in that sphere of topics. So, Tatiana, let's start with you. Tatiana, we cannot hear you. So, hello everybody, and I'd like to greet the participants of the Minsk Forum. It is the 23rd event in a row, and I'm happy to be participating in it on an ongoing basis. And I would like to thank the organizers for sustaining the tradition, for keeping it up. And I would like to thank particularly the organizer of this forum, Rainer Lindner, who has been our guardian angel and who is helping us all the way. And I'm happy that this is going on. And this is, you know, for us, this is the international solidarity and international support. What I would like to say is that even though Artyom has mentioned all the possible names of what's happening, This is a political crisis, and whatever you may call it, this is a unique moment in time where the old authority is rotting and crumbling down. And it is doing it basically by itself, doing it to itself because of not keeping the promises it is giving to the people. It has developed an unprecedented level of mistrust on the part of the citizens to the decisions that are being taken. And, right now it looks like the old authorities are the opposition, actually, and they're using the administrative and law enforcement measures that they have at their disposal, and they're basically forcing us to civil conflict instead of resolving the situation peacefully. And right now, the situation in the regions and among the citizens is the following. They came to participate in the life of the state, in the political life, because they saw an opportunity to stand up for their interests legally, vote for the alternative outcome, observe the elections, apply to be the members of electoral commissions. So achieve the truth that they have been longing for so long, change the authority. We see that the civil society in Belarus has come to fruition and is now showing its peaceful nature and the intent to participate in legal initiatives. I want to underline that because this is both a huge plus and a huge minus, because what we get is the problems that we currently have in the regions and in Minsk, that there is the disproportional level of repression towards the citizens who show their civil position by whatever means they have. In the regions, this is especially hefty because the amount of repressions per capita is disproportional to the number of people who are ready to voice their civic position. So now we have the clear picture of how the authorities react. They close their doors on us, and they don't want to have any dialogue, and they fight the peaceful demonstration in the cities. As Artem said, this was over 30 cities. I think now it is even more. And besides that, there's a huge number of petitions petitioning the local authorities with requirements and requests of lawfulness, of recalculating the rigged elections. So this shows us that the society is willing to engage and to show their positions by any means possible. But we see the closed doors policy, and the doors keep closing because not all of them have been closed so far. There was the vertical of authority, the vertical of power, but right now we also have it at the local levels. So I would like to thank all of the people, especially in the regions, who participate, because in the regions we see that people are very much motivated by the fact that there are many of them. They recognize each other, and they say, wow, we have suddenly learned that there are a lot of people who are like-minded, and the people who were not reluctant to participate in the political process before that, right now feel the urge to do so. So such towns as Dragichin, Lida, and so on, people have seen each other, they have got acquainted with each other, and they still keep together, and they help each other. And of course, another source of support is the media, the independent media, the bloggers, the Telegram channels that give us the truth that we crave for. People crave truth these days, and media support is paramount these days. Solidarity matters. We have a lot of creative ideas coming up and being implemented very quickly, and local activities are still abundant. Neighborhood meetings, fora, concerts, joint petitioning, training events. Right now, there is an immense potential for these new people who are the main asset of the revolution that's happening in the civil society, we need these people to find a way to implement their potential, to self-actualize. And these people already have the experience of civic engagement and social activities, and they have the truth, most importantly. Day after day, I think it is very important to preserve the unity that we have and bring the actual change forward. But for that, we need to take a lot more steps that we have to take, most importantly, together. Tatiana, thank you very much for very good time management, among other things. So, Sergei Tarasuk, now your foundation is not immediately politicized, so I won't be asking you to provide political analysis, but I'm just wondering how the situation that's happening in the country has affected what you can observe at the grassroots level, the civil engagement of the people, their wish to participate in self-governance, and the involvement of the people in solving various questions. You can give the examples from your particular region.
Сергей, мы вас не слышим, но...
Sergei, we can't hear you so far. The sound is on, but we can't hear you. So maybe there's a problem with the earphones. If you could disconnect the earphones and switch to using just computer audio instead of a headset, that might be better.
Нет, Сергей, мы не можем вас услышать. Попробуйте.
No, Sergei, unfortunately, we cannot hear you. Try to reconnect the device and the headset. Try to turn them off and just, communicate via PC instead of using the headset. Can you hear me now? Yes.
Я прошу прощения.
I do apologize. So, Artem, thank you very much for the invitation. And I thank the organizers, of course. And at the very beginning, I would like to say that our organization works not only with the Mogilov region, as you have said, it works all over the country. And the main goal that we have, that we pursue in our activities, is improving the level of business activity and general level of activeness of the local development. And we have the project on developing and implementing local initiatives and community level initiatives. So if we take a look at the period of time that our organization has been operating in those areas, the level of civic engagement and initiative in the local communities has increased. There are different fora and different events during which the people, together with the local authorities, present a lot of initiatives. Not so long ago, November 23rd to 27th, that we had the second regional forum, which was dedicated to such issue as regional interaction, regional cooperation for sustainable development of local economies. We have platforms, 14 platforms dedicated to different topics. Sustainable development, education and training, what do we do about the schools at universities and digitalization and NGO activities, so all of that was discussed. One of the questions that was asked to me is, what is the situation, the status quo with non-governmental organizations right now? I would say that business activity requires special services and conditions to develop. And this is something that NGOs can provide now. The non-commercial organizations have increased their share, different forms of that, consumer societies, public associations, and so on.
Non-profit organizations are considered from different perspectives. First and foremost, in terms of the services that can be rendered by them, including the services related to fundraising and support of target populations. The main source of funding is the European Union, certainly, and grant assistance rendered by the EU, as well as United Nations Development Programme funds, as well as assistance rendered by other institutions acting in the territory of Belarus. We cooperate with all our partners. As for the level of engagement in civic authorities, this is impossible without cooperation and interaction with local authorities. The level of rural communities and rural councils, at the level of regions, we have mutual support and understanding, as well as readiness to discuss any ideas and any projects. In general, just like in any other situation, including the one that we are witnessing today, the most important thing is as follows. In order to ensure development of business activities, we need active dialogue with understanding and aspiration to move forward. Probably this is all I wanted to point out, and should there be any questions, I'm ready to take them. Thank you so much. Yes, I believe there will be some questions, naturally. Now I would like to yield the floor to Olga. Olga, are you with us? We cannot see you.
Ольга, да.
Olga, you are welcome to switch on your microphone. Please outline the potential of our today's crisis situation. It is crisis in all respects, in terms of the economy, in terms of the humanitarian affairs, and so on and so forth. So what is the potential of local initiatives and the local civil communities? Well, thank you so much for yielding the floor to me. I wanted to outline the potential as well as the new trends that we are witnessing. These are unprecedented, and we haven't seen those even 6 months ago. I believe the situation related to COVID-19 in Belarus and everything that happened with regard to it was actually sort of starting point. However, there were some more profound reasons behind the trends. There is a strong requirement for modernization of the cultural, economic, and social areas. At the same time, all these processes were triggered by COVID-19, and I believe this is due to the fact that Belarusians always had some patriarchal expectations towards the state that used to act as a mediator or as a source of power. But in case of COVID-19 response, the state has not provided any assistance and started to pronounce some derogatory remarks with regard to the people's situation. They were saying that the nature will help us and that COVID-19 is not so bad as it is shown. And I believe this somehow changed our vision of the world, actually. What are we witnessing today in the regions? We're witnessing something that was not there even 6 months ago. We are seeing the start of processes related to historical memory of Belarusians. And this is expressed in huge interest towards whatever was happening before the Second World War. The topic of Stalin's repressions and concentration camps of the Soviet Union has always been a taboo, and these topics were always actually silenced by the state, and the relatives of people who face repressions always faced some taboos and repercussions. So currently, there is a huge interest in history, including the World War II events, as well as those following it. Besides, we are seeing a lot of uptick in local patriotism in the local communities. For example, every city has some streets named after some heroes. And, for example, we also have local chats that are increasingly popular among the population. People are using those to somehow understand what is happening with them and who they really are. Self-awareness level is increasing. Besides, there are lots of initiatives and suggestions. Prior to that, we used to compare ourselves with other nations. And for example, Ukrainians were really easy to mobilize to implement any idea. And it was really easy to mobilize local and community organizations in Ukraine. Meanwhile, in Belarus, it was really hard to mobilize the public, and it took some 6 months, for example, to promote some issue, to raise the awareness of the population. Now the situation is different, and now we have a lot of people addressing us with their own initiatives, and we are becoming too slow for them. So the processes that we're witnessing are speeding up, which is extremely important. I would like to say that it is extremely encouraging that Belarusians are very punctual and are very laborious, so to say, and diligent. And people are really demanding and scrupulous. They pay a huge deal of attention to different checklists, different forms, and so on and so forth. Previously, it was next to impossible to force people into using checklists, for example, but now people are very eager to join us. The third feature, which is really unique for the regions, it is not as pronounced in Minsk. This is about the synergy and linkages of small-scale local initiatives with the diaspora in foreign countries. And people who left Belarus due to non-political reasons have woken up, actually, and now are bridging these gaps. And we are witnessing some peer-to-peer engagement, which is receiving a lot of development now. And this is a great value, in my opinion. People are seeing the value of communication and mutual support. I am close to wrapping up. I would like to voice certain difficulties and challenges that are witnessed by the regions. First and foremost, we need some programs for stimulation of grassroots initiatives, as well as bloggers' movement. Today, YouTube bloggers, in the majority of cases in Belarus, are jailed. But at the same time, there is a huge demand for them, especially in small cities and towns. There is a huge demand for authentic and dependable information. And bloggers require minimum resources, but have a huge coverage. And the population is really in need for such local grassroots initiatives. We need to ensure the visibility of such initiatives in small communities. We are witnessing really disproportionate repressions, but at the same time, we have a lot of initiatives, and there is a need to visualize those initiatives, because currently we're lagging behind with this. Thank you very much. I'm finished. Thank you one more time for the invitation. Thanks for being that informative. I believe we will continue our discussions during the Q&A session. I would actually keep listening and listening to you, but we need to fit into the time frame. I would like to yield the floor to the next speaker, being Alexander Yoroshuk. Alexander, I believe this is the renaissance year for the trade unions movement. So I'd like to receive some first-hand input from you with regard to your vision. Are you seeing some uptick in activities? And what is the way forward for the trade unions movement, given the unprecedented turbulence, including in the organized labor groups? Well, the word renaissance couldn't be more correct to use in this case, because it reflects all the trends related to the trade unions movement. Frankly speaking, I have been the head of the Belarusian Congress of Democratic Trade Unions for 18 years, and I actually felt like I wouldn't live till the day when these trade unions would be in demand. But finally, we have a great demand for these structures, which is actually quite miraculous. But if we analyze it profoundly, we will see that there is no miracle behind it. There is a certain demand from the general public. And what is more, public or state-owned trade unions are no longer in demand. The population needs real trade unions that are independent. And this demand is especially pronounced, especially starting from August. We are joined by new stakeholders. I cannot say that this influx is extremely significant, but there are some certain clearly cut trends that will allow to consolidate the trade unions movement and make it strong. Definitely, we realize that we have received some 20% increase in the number of stakeholders. But this does not mean that the processes are irreversible. There are some reasons behind that, both objective and subjective. And the union, the public association of trade unions, the state-owned one, is able to control the situation, although they are losing people. They have lost some 20% of members. These people that are leaving now initially were forced into this association and were forcibly kept there as members. Certainly not all of them join us immediately, and we are completely okay with that. We understand that there are some reasons behind that. Today, the establishment of trade unions still requires authorization from the state authorities. We try to apply for establishment of a new organization. This is an organization of IT specialists, and certainly the application was rejected by the authorities at the end of the day. There are some other reasons behind that, and I'm not going to delve deep into those now. And what is really encouraging is the fact that our organization is joined by enterprises, and besides, we have seen that some of the long-standing members of our association have found themselves in the epicenter of the recent events. These are the ones in Grodno and Mogilov and so on and so forth. In Grodno, there are no independent trade unions, and having spent many years under such challenging conditions, Grodno people have learned how to protect their own interests, especially with regard to political strikes that are directly related to the change of the regime. And these people want the country to shift from dictatorship to a viable democracy. Definitely, at the same time, we have sustained heavy losses. And we have seen 65 members of the strike committee put behind the bars. We have lost many people, and this is exceptionally sensitive for us in terms of our funding. We have lost many enterprises in the capital, and we were ousted from many sectors by the state authorities. The state authorities were deliberately destroying independent trade unions, but we still managed to find our way back to different state-owned enterprises. At the same time, You do remember the recent events when Svetlana Tikhanovskaya urged the population to start the all-national strike. And we responded to that call. In the vast majority of cases, we lost the most active representatives of our association at the enterprises that responded to that call. But I believe it is erroneous to say whether or not it was correct to come up with this call for an all-national strike coming from Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. Today, there is no response to that question. Anyway, we need to be ready to pay a certain price for our freedom and from our democracy. We need to sacrifice something. As for the future, Alexander, please, you have 1 minute remaining. Yes, certainly. I would like to say the following. We do not expect that in the nearest future we will have a massive influx of new people. But the true renaissance of independent trade unions will only start after some real changes in the country. And undoubtedly, the members of independent trade unions will be playing a decisive role in this process. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we are yielding the floor to our German colleagues. I have a lot of questions to Clara Gavitz, but given the rigid time frame, I will focus on a couple of those questions. What is Germany's vision of the uptick in civil activities being observed in Belarus for the time being? Being premised on your country's experience and your own experience, what is the role of political engagement of the population, and what role is allotted to the local authorities? Please.
Yes, hello to everybody. The current situation in Belarus showed Europeans for the first time that it's necessary to pay attention to this country, and there has been huge solidarity with those that took to the streets. And this new attention is a huge opportunity for the transformation process, which is not going to be easy. I myself was born in the GDR, and in summer 1989, we asked ourselves what the future direction of the GDR is going to be, whether we are going to embark upon a Polish path, similar to the Solidarność development with free elections, or whether we are going to embark upon the Chinese path with the protests and the massacres. And I remember there were very many emotions at the time in the country. And based on what I have heard, really strongly reminds me of the situation in our country in 1989. So I wish you a lot of energy, a lot of power and support. Support and energy to everybody who is supporting the democratic process. What we have learned is the following. Friedrich Ebert decades ago said, democracy requires Democrats. What did he want to say with this? Friedrich Ebert wanted to say that you should not leave politics to policymakers. Democracy is based on many people becoming active, making their contributions. I mean, they don't all have to run for president, but everybody has to make their own contribution. In other words, we need democratic co-determination in companies. We need schools where parents also have a say when it comes to the educational concept, where everybody can figure out how they can change their village and their town. And taking all this together creates a civil society where people live a free life, where nobody tells them how to live, but where they can design their own everyday life. And this makes a person a democrat. And what I find very important is what we can see currently in Belarus. this is not a movement that is just happening in Minsk. In many countries of this world, there is a certain despise to capitals. People say, oh, they lead a totally different life, they have a different lifestyle. People are more political in capitals, and they feel emotionally distanced to capitals, people who live in rural areas. But this is not the case in Belarus, which is very good. And what I could share with you from the German perspective is the following recommendation. In the GDR in 1989, we had broad masses taking to the streets, and they eventually toppled the system. But very quickly, did it result in passiveness with people after the first transformation-related issues had become visible? Many people then withdrew to their own homes and cared about their own economic issues. And the biggest challenge is for you to sustain this energy, to sustain the potential and developments that we can currently see. So to activate this for the Belarusian society in the long run, because these structures are the prerequisite for an active civil society in your country, especially in countries where you don't have a long year tradition of democracy. It is very difficult to convince people to become active and to get committed, because of course they always expose themselves to a certain risk. This is a big challenge that we still see and feel in Eastern Germany 30 years after the fall of the wall. I mean, our commitment in the former GDR is still less than the commitment in former Western Germany. And we have tried to activate people ever since to take care of their own home, their own workplace, to become a trade union member, to become politically active, because this is the foundation of a long-term active society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gajewicz. Now we're moving to the questions. I will only have one on my part, and then we will focus on the questions from our spectators and listeners. My question is primarily to the Belarusian participants. You interact a lot, your initiatives interact a lot with the local authorities. And I'm interested in how your nature of relations changed after the state has entered the repressive mode. But on the other hand, there are constant directives from the highest level to have dialogues at the local level and to initiate constitutional debate with local communities. So even the centralized authorities try to interact with the regions. So how did you feel about the how closed or open the local authorities were, and how liberal or retrograde were they? So yeah, if you want to answer, you can just show me that you want to. Okay, so Tatiana, the floor is yours. So thank you for the question. As I have already said, we do not see the wish on the part of the authorities to openly discuss with all the stakeholders, especially the non-governmental actors, I mean, on the issue of reforms. But what happened was that there was a quick transition to the local agenda, local change agenda. And it became much more politicized because now the civil society has the unified set of requirements, but the authorities are not ready to comply. And we can see that in specific cases because our organization has participated in revocation of the deputy mandate and the request that the deputies report and become more accountable and open to dialogues. But now we only see the picture of that dialogue, but the authorities just keep discussing with themselves, in fact. So we have constant reports about the dialogue platforms, where nobody has ever been invited. They only invite their own counterparts, and they only communicate with traditional pro-governmental organizations like Belarus, BRSM, the Union of Women, the state-owned trade union organization, even though there was an opportunity to involve broader public. And again, the local functionaries, local officials, they see that the people are active, and as they do, they probably maybe would like to have any discussions, but are not yet prepared to do so, because there is that administrative system and there is a ban to do that, in fact. So to change the constitution, to collect the suggestions on constitutional reforms, like the discussions are basically open, at least they tell us they are, but they don't yield any tangible result. And there are constitutional changes that are announced that are unacceptable and not interesting for the civil society. Does anybody else want to take the floor? But please try to fit your comments within a minute. Yes, Olga, the floor is yours. Was I given the floor? Yes, Olga, right now we're just listening to somebody else here in your room. So from my own experience of communicating with the local authorities, in fact, the local authorities are pretty much paralyzed in Belarus. There's a tough legal climate. So, of course, on the one hand, people go to work and so on, but in most cases, they just have no idea of what's happening. So, of course, they are pro-presidential and they do all the ideological stuff, but they do understand that the situation is rapidly changing and they don't want to be subjected to popular hate. Not in the local communities. In Minsk, the situation may be different, but in small communities, it is really a pain to just walk around and see people looking at you like you're something evil. So there are several dimensions to that, one of which is that we found it actually easier to agree with the local authorities if we threaten them with making some information public. Once they hear that we're going to make some situation public, they become much more willing to negotiate. Because, there are some stories of success just that we don't tell about just because we don't want to scare off the local authorities that we came to an agreement with, which is rather interesting. And then there is also the point that for the officials right now, it is important not to get noticed, to stay in the shadow. And this is the situation that allows the local activists to achieve fast results in some cases. So basically, that's it. Thank you very much, Olga. Anybody else willing to take the floor? Shall we switch to chat questions? You can raise your hands if you want. Okay, no volunteers. So then let us switch to the questions, many of them, and there are some specific questions directed at specific people. For example, there is a question to Alexander related to the trade unions. How much are the trade unions ready to the possible transformations? Are they okay with the liberal agenda? This is something along the lines of what Ms. Gavitz said. So, that was the point where not all of the people were ready to all of the facets of the reforms. To talk about the independent trade unions, over the last years, we have been insisting in our training, and this is stipulated in our documents, that without economic reforms and economic transformations that also, of course, imply a number of aspects, we have no future. And in fact, trade unions are not a kind of organization that advocate transformations that could feel as a shock and problems to their measures, to their members, but we are an exception to the general rule. Our situation is out of the box, let us say, and I really did hear on a number of occasions that I am a neoliberal, that I am an advocate of radical reforms and privatizations, but one has to understand that when people understand the system that Mr. Lukashenko has built, this is, the extreme governmental capitalism, the extreme left approach. So, the current labor code of Belarus is actually a dream document for any neoliberal. You can just take it as it is. And, if we look at Russia, for example, the oligarchic Russia typically requires a long way to change the labor conditions. In our case, it may take just like 24 hours. So actually, I talked to the local strike committees, and I was told that it's a very sensitive issue. I heard all those horror stories of privatization. And I brought the example of Ural Potash, Uralkali. I know the situation there, more or less. You know that the owner of Uralkali is our compatriot. The labor conditions are incomparable, even though the enterprise was developed along the same lines and started at the same point as Belarus-Kali. But many people from Belarus-Kali are really looking there, and many of them have moved to a different working place, basically to Uralkali, because the state capitalist with the only oligarch on top is the system that cares the least about the well-being of the people who work at the public enterprises. We only have one way out, the economic transformation. We have had enough. We're fed up with the inhumane governmental system, and an official who's not responsible for anything will never compare to an owner who bears the full responsibility for themselves and for their employees. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexander. And the Russian ambassador, Dmitry Mezentsev, is not the owner of Uralkali. This is Dmitry Mazepin, a different individual. This is our compatriot, actually. There is a question to Madam Gavitz. You have drawn a parallel to Germany in 1989. So what is the role of Germany in potential settlement of the Belarusian crisis?
Well, I think on the one hand, the European Union as a whole should take a very careful look at the situation in Belarus. It has to actively accompany the developments there. And in hindsight, we have to say that transformation processes always go hand in hand with economic difficulties, because no matter how bad an economy is, normally it is relatively stable. And what we have seen in the GDR is that many people or issues that were caused by the economic transformation
vorgeworfen haben. Und das wird natürlich auch von allen
caused to accusations of people. They said, or they blamed the democratic structures for the issues. And the same could also happen in your country, so that people say democracy and economic difficulties have to be equal. They are basically the same. And of course, we have to make sure that in a transformation process, which is always difficult, is economically designed and accompanied. It has to be accompanied in a way that people do not equal democracy and economic issues. And I think this is going to be a challenge and task also for Germany. We have to make sure that we foster a respective process. Belarus has a lot of potential that can be tapped, and I think that this can help a lot. In addition to acute economic pressure and political pressure, we need to say we need democracy, free elections, a supporting civil society. But we also need an economic perspective for a new economic model for Belarus, because a country that requires democracy also needs prospects for their population so that people understand how they can make ends meet.
Спасибо большое. Татьяна, вопрос к вам.
Thank you so much, Tatiana. There is a question addressed to you. Are NGOs ready for transformation of into political parties in the context of the ongoing changes? They cannot speak for everyone, but please share your example and your vision. Thank you so much for this question. I would like to say that those people who have expressed their participation and eagerness to engage in civic initiatives, some of them joined the local initiatives with the potential of participation in local elections. Others, and there are some examples, organize themselves in public associations. Due to this, there is a strong demand for participation in the decision-making process. So there are some party initiatives, and Speak the Truth is one of them. Until 2012, this question was not discussed by us, but now we're developing it, and there are some other initiatives that are being discussed in the social media, including a women's party and some other initiatives, but I wouldn't like to name them. Anyway, there are some discussions in place. There is some strong demand for participation in the democratic decision-making process. And this is truly a positive development, because the society is ready to stand up for their interests. Currently, there are no deputies in the parliament or in the local communities that are representing the interests of the population, and this has been realized by Belarusians. I would like to raise this question one more time, Tatiana. Is the organization going to transform itself into a party? Yes, we're working on it. We have a committee which is dedicated to this transformation into a party. We have initiatives in the local communities, so we are preparing for that. Thank you so much. There is a question that I will probably address to the participants that did not take the last two questions, Sergei and Olga in particular. So have these protests and ad hoc initiatives turned into a new challenge for the traditional civil society? Because as far as I know, this was discussed yesterday during the panel discussion. So do you feel that this is a new challenge that you are not ready to deal with? Sergei, Olga? Olga, please. Yes, indeed, this was a huge challenge for us. And our organization was always focused on its infrastructure. And we hoped that there would happen some miracle and we would receive some new stakeholders joining us. And that's why we were developing our infrastructure premised on this fact. At the same time, we had an explosive uptick in the civil engagement. We had several thousand individuals joining us, and many of our initiatives received a new life. August for us was associated with the challenges related to huge numbers of individuals that were writing to us, that were suggesting to do something, and they would actually take it as an insult if we did not respond to their suggestions. So the challenge was to adapt ourselves to this huge inflow of people. And at the same time, we had really great, highly motivated individuals that had completely no experience in grassroots initiatives implementation. They had absolutely no understanding of what a public association can be. So we actually found ourselves experiencing a deficit for tools required to educate the population. We had some cases when an individual came to us and he wanted to do something but was not able to perform that function due to his or her capacities. This was a huge challenge for us. We actually managed to settle this, but still the question remains open with regard to how this mobilization can be ensured rapidly in order not to lose people joining us and in order to direct them to the platforms where they could be most effective. And actually, we had a lot of people, we had huge crowds of people eager to help us, and we really wanted them to provide this assistance, but we could not actually somehow respond to all those suggestions. Well, I hope that will keep happening in the next years. Certainly, but when people are not accommodated, when they are not met halfway, they quickly become discouraged, and that is an issue. Sergey, what about you? What about your vision? We cannot hear you. Please try to adjust your settings like you did the previous time.
Сергей, не слышим вас.
Sergey, we still cannot hear you.
Давайте попробуйте.
Keep trying.
Нет, к сожалению, нет.
Still nothing. You have some 10 seconds to adjust your settings. Otherwise, we shall move on.
Прошу прощения, Сергей.
Still no good. Yes, we have to move on. I'm sorry for this technical issue. We have some time remaining to take one question and to address it to Alexander. This question is related to trade unions and strike committees. Is there any cooperation between these two movements? Is there any interaction between the ad hoc strike movements and the long-standing trade unions movement? Can members of strike committees that are not members of your trade union association be somehow integrated into your structure? Please switch on your microphone, Alexander. A lot has been said about this, and the unique feature of our revolution or uprising is in the fact that we had no national vertically organized headquarters, and this helped us to actively develop horizontal linkages. Back in August, it was possible to establish an all-national strike committee. Later on, it became completely obvious that this is impossible. And in order to secure the people, we exerted every effort to minimize direct contacts. And you will not even believe it if I tell you that we had too much unnecessary attention. And I would like to tell you actually that we are absolutely not linked with the strike committees, although it is hard to believe in. But this is due to the environment in which we are currently operating. Be that as it may, there is some certain interaction, there is some engagement. We try to shape a common strategy, and it does yield some results. Every day we have new people joining the all-national strike, and this is extremely important, not only in terms of some direct economic impact inflicted on the economy, This is purely political and social influence which we currently are exerting on the regime. And the members of the strike committees that are not related to trade unions at all, including independent trade unions, should interact with us. But at the same time, we have never set the objective to join them. I believe we are moving in the right direction. And we aspire to build a new democratic country where joining some trade unions or establishing some trade unions is not mandatory at all. There are many forms of cooperation that are suitable for regular individuals that have the same goals, and that can ensure some positive synergy in this context. I'm sorry, Alexander, I am forced to stop our discussion. It can go on and on and on, but the time frame is really rigid, and we need to yield the floor to other panelists participating in another panel that is dedicated to the prospects of Belarus. Thank you very much for being so active. Thank you for raising the questions in the chat. Thanks for joining us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much and see you.
Сейчас организаторы должны забрать себе слово.
Right now, the organizers have to take the floor back.
Kannst du, Robert, noch sagen, dass... Das war ein etwas abruptes Ende unseres Panels.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was quite an abrupt end of our panel discussion about the trade workers, trade unions' work. And as you've heard, we need a little break to redesign our technical connections. We're going to change the studio for the final discussion. And in a few minutes, we'll be back with Markus Meckel, who'll be welcoming you.
Ich freue mich, jetzt zu dem letzten Panel begrüßen zu können. Wir haben
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to welcome you to this last panel. We are looking back on 2 very interesting days containing a lot of interesting different perspectives and positions from various countries when it comes to the current situation of Belarus today. Now we want to ask for the future and the perspectives. How are we going to continue? And this will be the final panel or finalizing panel for us. However, we will not be able to answer this question completely. You all have the program in front of you, therefore let me save the time and not mention them by names. I'm very happy to have this very interesting round of panelists here. Mr. Gleibitz has been talking about memories, the time of 1989. I myself have seen and experienced and also actively participated in these times. However, there is one huge difference, namely what was driving us back then and what is different today. We were not facing that much violence. So sometimes, yes, we had a violence for a weekend, for instance. However, then we had peaceful demonstrations. The government was not firing from arms, and therefore we are looking with some kind of awe at Belarus, and we're asking us how people keep going and how they hold on, what is giving them hope. And therefore, let me ask the first question to my panelists. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, let me draw your attention to this very book published by the Heinrich Böll Foundation during the last days, Belarus, the female face of the revolution. And I found a little text in that book that I wish to quote. A lady is writing, "My children are preparing a little bread, a little snack for me, telling me, 'Mom, take that snack with you in case that you do not return home tonight.'" And I'm asking myself, is that normal? Veronica, you belong to the 3 faces who were active before the presidential elections, and you were presenting yourselves in the public before. So we felt that spirit before the 9th of August. At the moment, meanwhile, you are in exile. Marina Gasikova is in jail. Svetlana already talked to us in the beginning. It's wonderful to have you here in this final discussion round. First of all, let me ask you, what is giving you hope? What is giving hope to the people, despite that violation and aggression, to not give up and continue?
There will be a translation into Russian or English because...
Gibt es eine Dolmetschung ins Deutsche oder ein Englische aus dem Russischen?
Ja, man kann in jeder Sprache...
Yes, there is. You may speak in any language that you wish. Just feel free to speak whatever you wish.
Can I respond to the question in English or in Russian?
Dann könnte ich auf Englisch antworten.
Ja, auch das geht, ja. Russisch oder Englisch, wie du
Yes, for sure. Russian, English, as you like.
Хорошо, давайте тогда я отвечу на вопрос на русском языке.
So let me answer the question in Russian then. So first of all, of course, since the very beginning of that campaign, it has been very unpredictable. And so we had joint meetings with Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, with Maria Kolesnikova and myself, and we saw that people are ready for the changes and what's happening right now in Belarus and for the last 3 months. This is unprecedented because we have seen the number of people who come to participate in the peaceful protests, and this is very inspiring to us. So, for example, yesterday, a close friend of mine, a course mate, my fellow student, was released from the prison, and he's like, telling me that people get like 15 or 20 days of prison because of participating in the protests, and then they spend 2 weeks in prison, like 15 days, and then they return and they continue participating in the protests, even despite of what is happening in Belarus, and we need to continue working and step up the effort in the international arena as well, because like we cannot return home for political reason. And I am very much inspired by the Belarusian people and the way they fight back, stand up for themselves, even despite the repressions that are happening in Belarus. This is very inspiring for me.
Diese Hoffnung erfüllt die Menschen.
Well, this hope is filling up people's hearts, and you've said that quite clearly. The question, however, is how do you achieve this goal to get people into the streets by a decentralized way? There is no head of the demonstrations. There are decentralized structures that organize themselves via social media. Can you tell us something about the network itself?
Hast du mich verstanden?
Did you hear me, Veronica?
No, because unfortunately I do not understand more German. Could you please translate into Russian or English? Because
how do you see that a decentralized situation? And could you explain the network? How does it organize itself via the social media?
Should I speak in English? Is it easier for you? Can you understand me?
well, I can speak English. I can speak Russian. So could you please repeat the question then?
Versuchen Sie die Frage bitte noch einmal zu wiederholen. Well, there is this planning of demonstrations, and obviously there is no head that is planning everything. It is done in a decentralized way. People have a lot of imagination in organizing themselves. Could you tell us something about these networks? Are you surprised yourself, maybe, how people organize themselves, not only in Minsk, but also in the whole country in a decentralized manner?
Well, actually, yes. As you said correctly, the people, unfortunately, the leaders are not allowed to be on ground. The leaders are not allowed to be in Belarus. The strong leaders were put either in the prison or they had to leave Belarus. That's why people left by themselves. But as we see, as the history shows, the leaders are born right on the ground. The leaders are born in their, in the factories, in their small, like communities everywhere. This is what really surprises us as Belarusian nation, and this is surprising the entire world. And it just goes to show that the Belarus nation was born, and we're very proud of it.
Da sind wir sehr stolz drauf.
Ganz herzlichen Dank. Ich möchte auf André.
Thank you very much, Andrei. You are still inside the country, and you have we just had a big congress organized, telling the truth or tell the truth. Now tell us something about your experience. How do you deal with the decentralized mobilization of the people? And second question, what is the relationship and the communication between the people in exile and those in the country that you're trying to mobilize and motivate?
Yes, I know. Thank you all. I don't know what language, but now here translation from my side. First of all, thank you, and it's honor to speak here. I would maybe say about your first question about decentralization protest and how is it possible to people to go to the streets for so long, having such a big pressure from the authority side. To be honest, I think it would be impossible without all efforts that Lukashenko put in it. I think that he gave each week arguments for people to continue. Starting from the 9th of August, when we've seen such a brutal and violent actions from special forces towards people, and continue. I mean, from that perspective, I think that the most powerful side of the current protest, of the current movement for change in Belarus, that people all together has the same reasons, but each of them has it as its own. I mean, of course, all people go to the streets, and not only streets, because the movement for change is bigger than just Sunday's marches. That's all those actions we see in yards. There is a huge wave of solidarity. There is a online action. So there are many of them. So I would say that from one hand, we see that people really all together want to live in different kind of a country where there is a rule of law, when they can elect the power, when nobody is beaten or detained because of political position. But at the same time, each of them has its own personal reason why they're there, why they do so. Whatever it could be, kids, or future of their kids, or maybe they such a disappointed seeing such a behavior of authority in the country or any else. So from that perspective, I would say that decentralization is something really new and something really showing us that we have so good perspectives in Belarus. I mean, I've heard about perspectives of Belarus for so many times on different forums for the last 10 years, you know. Each time we talk about not the current present, but about perspectives. But before that, it was always about economy. It was more about maybe our geopolitical things, or that Belarus in the center of Europe. But now we see that society is ready for different future. Society is ready to build this future and take a responsibility. So from that perspective, I really today very pleased to say that yes, there is a great perspective of Belarus because people are ready to take an action. As for the coordination, I would say that today there is a huge and big need from the society side, that people who represent them somehow on different places, on different platforms, are in coordination. That's true. But I think the main coordination today is going on not within the kind of structures, but on the public sphere, where we saying our demands and are more or less the same, when we are doing what we can do on the field where we're staying in. And from that aspect, I think it is as well very good strategy, because it's like in many hundreds of efforts of leaders, you know, united because of the one strong idea of future Belarus. But in that respect, I would maybe finish here. I think there is an important task we need to do now, all of different leaders, whatever they are outside, I hope very temporarily, or they inside. I think what the main damage authority did for last months, they are destroyed national consensus. I would say we definitely had it, some kind of consensus talking about, for example, religion, talking about our attitude to violence, talking about, for example, attitude to different political views, for example, about symbols like a national flag or state flag. It looked like till the August that we can live with both of that. We can find the common ground for different kind of views. So by independence, we all stand on the rule of law. Right now, that's a clear division that Lukashenko is trying to draw, and actually he's quite successful in that. That you either support violence without any limitations, you either support this kind of radical and unacceptable to diversity attitude, or you are against, or you are not acceptable in the country. I think that's important to understand in this big movement of change we have now. We have very different groups, different of their views about the future of Belarus, different of their views about geopolitical, for example, orientation of Belarus. But I think we need now start work on this new consensus that whatever it will be, 5, 10 points, that whatever leaders will be in power after Lukashenko, whatever leaders will be in a position after Lukashenko, we will agree on basic things, and we will all say those are things we are stay on whatever you are, and this will be new background for national consensus that we need if we want not destroy but really build a prosperous future of Belarus. Thank you so much.
Verstehen, einen solchen Konsens zu suchen.
Understanding to bring up such a consensus is intense. Maybe one should first start with the preparation of a new constitution. I've heard that what Lukashenko is asking for or demanding with the new constitution is rather just postponing the actual decision-making process. So, but the first thing that you need, what you say, is the consensus. So maybe you need re-elections, first of all. Is that important, or do you see differences of opinions in the movement? Do you know that the consensus is that new elections are a priority? Would you like to answer that question yourself? Or shall I ask Veronika afterwards, maybe?
I would say that this new consensus, it's something, it's kind of a I'm sorry to turn off the. This new consensus is kind of a task for new leaders that we need to build and present to society. And as for the question about constitution, I think personally I don't believe that Lukashenko wants to change a constitution and it will be referendum or whatever, because I think regime can't really win over any kind of national campaign right now. So I think he will just try to postpone it as much as possible. But at the same time, it's a fake dialogue about constitution. So we can't really say about it as about consensus idea. And here, I think it's one important thing, and I think you spoke about it once on our forum about the trust. Constitution is something, new constitution even more, is something that can be built without the basic trust in society, without the basic trust between the different sides of society. This trust is destroyed within the Belarus. I mean, it's built in this kind of in this part of society where we are all for change, but it's destroyed like an idea in our country. We don't trust Lukashenko. We don't trust to groups that represents him today. So that's why we talk about new election as a first step, because this is the way how to build trust and then to start such a complicated and difficult discussion about constitution. Otherwise, we could come to the situation when we have not new constitution, but hundreds of new conflicts because of lack of trust around us.
Es braucht ja mit Sicherheit einen strukturierten Dialog
you will surely need a structured dialogue that will push things forward step by step. First of all, the violation has to stop. Political detainees have to be released. There are a lot of people detained who have to take part in that dialogue. Therefore, there has to be a breakthrough. So the acceptance of re-elections, new elections. What is your perspective on that? Franak, maybe. Great to have you here.
So basically, we are having, thank you so much for having this discussion, this conversation. I think we have multiple tasks right now for Belarus. On one hand, we have to keep protests ongoing and to spark it with energy, with ideas, with positivity, with victories, small victories, large victories, because the protest is the basis for any transformation, for any changes, and for the emergent civil society as well. But on the other hand, we have to think about reforms, about the future of Belarus and what will be after Lukashenko. And the thing which stands between the current protest, the uprising, or the revolution potentially, and this new Belarus when reforms will start, is this new election moment. And this new elections is something that we are fighting for, but something which is not acceptable for Lukashenko at this moment, not acceptable for Russia, unfortunately, because in this situation, they will lose control over the country, over Belarus, over political scene. And this is the main issue, and this is the main problem why this dialogue doesn't start, because the interests of the sides are very, very different. People of Belarus who are suffering, who are fighting, who are sitting in jails, they want the moment of change. People who are in power or supporting the power, they want status quo. What we are working right now, we are working on the scenario or the model, how these new elections can be conducted in order to fulfill demands of the people, but also to guarantee to the people, not Lukashenko himself, but people who are in nomenclatura, people who are in business, people who control assets, also to find the place for themselves in this new Belarus. So I don't speak here about the guarantees that they will stay unpunished if they commit crimes. No, all guilty will be punished for sure. But we are speaking about finding the balance and to make sure that all interests of all sides who are not guilty in crimes, who didn't commit atrocities, that they will accept this new reality. And this is why this plans for new elections we are preparing. We worked with the specialists of elections, including those who worked with OSCE, and they recommended, they advised us that elections in Belarus can be actually conducted under current electoral code. We basically don't need to change everything. We don't need new constitution to conduct new elections. We just need to train commissions. We need transparency in how commissions are formed from the very bottom level to the very top. We need international monitors, as it happened in Ukraine after Maidan. Ukraine conducted 2 elections in 6 months period. And altogether, it will be enough 45 days, up to 60 days, to have these elections. So what we need to convince the people that this is the only solution, and we need to start the dialogue with those who represent current regime, that there is no other way out of the current crisis other than a dialogue. Lukashenko could be the part of this dialogue, but there is a very little chance, and this chance is fading out. More likely, people who are in the current regime and who wants to stay in this new Belarus, they will be a counterpart in this dialogue to Coordination Council and Svetlana Tikhanovskaya.
Herzlichen Dank. Ich denke, damit sind schon wichtige Stichworte angesprochen.
Thank you very much for raising these important topics. We will delve into the detail later. Kateryna Schmarzina, here's my question for you. How do you assess as an analyst when looking at the process? So what do you think? Is this perspective sustainable? In the first 4 weeks, nobody would have thought that everything would take so long, so many weeks until winter. The winter, however, is still long. And the question, how long can this be sustained? Also, how long is Russia going to watch this? How long will Russia back this still President Lukashenko?
Greetings, happy to join the conversation. So, first of all, yes, indeed, the protests are lasting for several months, and for a outside observer, this could look like a maybe not so dynamic situation. We do not see immediate results at the moment, but I think that in Belarusian circumstances, where the power vertical was consolidated for so many years, and we existed in such a restrictive authoritarian environment, the dissolution of the system takes time. And in that regard, we're doing fine in terms of timeline with a protest. And the protest mood, according to independent polls, is strong still, despite all those cruelties of Siloviki and all those months of continuing demonstrations. Independent polls show that people are ready to protest even a year, if that's what it takes to change Belarus to have a democratic country. And also, the international observers should not be sort of deceived by the picture if they do not see massive rallies gathered in one square or on one street on a weekly basis, because the tactics of the protest is changing, and people are gathering in their neighborhoods. This gives people more trust among the local communities, and it gives them more opportunity to self-organize. And when you look at international media, like maybe you won't get those impressive pictures and numbers of hundreds of thousands people gathered in one place, but it doesn't mean that the protest is fading away. And people also use the covert techniques of resistance, such as work to the rule, strikes at workplace, and there are also evidences of sort of distrust inside the power vertical and multiple leakages of information linked to Telegram channels and media among those people who work in the power vertical but are afraid to speak up publicly. So that's just on the protest side. When we talk about Russia's interest, I would say that on the surface, it looks like Russia rhetorically supports Lukashenko, but when we look at the facts of what it was the actual Russia's support during past month, it looks like there is only this much sort of level of rhetorical support. And Lukashenko understands that so far he stands in power to a great degree because of Russia's support, including like financial support. But Russia can withdraw this support. And it looks like now Moscow is rather calculating their options and carefully observing the dynamically changing situation. And on our side, I mean, as a Belarusian society, we understand that for Russia, it is more likely scenario to not to acknowledge directly the win of the democratic protest for sort of the authoritarian leaning government in Moscow, and for them the more favorable option would be to support some sort of constitutional changes. But I think there is still room for negotiations and contacts on behalf of Belarusian democratic forces with the Kremlin to ensure Kremlin that Russia won't lose Belarus, and that the Belarusian democratic forces stand for good relations with Russia and with the West. They seek to have this balance, and they do not run on anti-Russian sentiment.
Eine ganz zentrale Botschaft, dass es den Protestierenden und
this is a very central message.
dass es ein freies Belarus, dass die
So it is very important that it is free Belarus, that there is no choice between Europe and Russia. So they don't have to choose between the two. So they have to self-determine what they want. And this is key aspects. However, the question remains,
ja, noch agierende Spitze des Landes wie Lukaschenka
how the
reagieren wird.
current head of the government, namely Mr. Lukashenko, will react. Tatyana previously said that there were other meetings for dialogues, but they were fake because only Lukashenko loyal people were invited. So a real dialogue in between different people, opponents, different forces and powers, something like that has not happened yet at the round table. The round tables that we had in 1989 in Poland, in the GDR, and Hungary had this instrument, so to speak. And this instrument was only strong because it was clear that the still existing government had no other solution than inviting the new political power, the people who were supported by millions of people in the streets. Therefore, this continuous demonstration and the demonstration of the will to protest is the prerequisite in order to have such a dialogue. And it has to break through one day. Now, my question is, how can you make such a start? How could such a start for the dialogue look like? Or would you rather say that on the level of the protesters and of the opposition, however they might call themselves, you don't see a possibility because you're not only the opposition, it's rather a full movement of the whole society. Now, how can you start such a procedure, such a step into this new procedure of finding a dialogue? Maybe you should resist first and show to Mr. Lukashenko that he has no future and he should step back. Veronica, could you say something on that?
Teilnehmer.
Did the participants hear me?
The
question is namely, how do you start a dialogue in such a situation? Do you think this is possible? Despite the whole violation and brutality, maybe first of all, you are focusing on the fact that you want to show to the regime that you're going to stand your ground. Veronica, did you hear me? We've got acoustic issues, is that correct?
Dann würde ich doch etwa sagen, wir gehen weiter.
Maybe we'll just go on until Veronica can come back to our discussion. Andrei, may I ask you, what is your position towards that topic? What is your impression? Microphone.
Complicated question, because as Franek said, we're all for dialogue, but definitely the dialogue seen by democratic side and by authorities in a totally different way. For Lukashenko, dialogue today is when everybody should come and say that's okay, we're okay with violence, we're okay with your 80%, we're okay with your next 5 years, so what can we have for it? And as we know from the previous experience that the result will be nothing. You know, I just want to remind that we already had a dialogue, and it was a strategy of tell the truth that I am leading. In 2015, we actually offered to society and authority the concept of peaceful change. An idea was that, okay, let's evolutionary go step by step, changing our political system, you know, and being prepared for new challenges. And as a result, we had no members of local councils in 1918, no members of parliament, 2019, yes, and the election and last election of president. So I would say, I think today it's time for dialogue within this huge movement for change. I think it's time for us to learn how to negotiate and how to find a compromise between us in different aspects. From that perspective, I think we need, and all the efforts that leaders should, let's say, should have now and do now, should be about this dialogue within the change movement. As for the dialogue with the authority, I think it should be first step from authority side, and I see the clear step that it should be releasing of political prisoners and it should be stop of violence. Otherwise, I think there is only dialogue which is possible now is dialogue about something very specific, and this dialogue should be totally public. For example, if there could be possible dialogue about, for example, freedom for political prisoners. Yes, this kind of dialogue is possible. Or if it's dialogue about, whatever, how this new election should come, could we organize all together? But I think still it will be difficult to talk when you understand that you should come to talk to the authority, and on the same day, on the same time, you have hundreds of new political prisoners, you have new detained people, you have political prisoners already in jail. So from that perspective, I really doubt that now it's time of dialogue. I'm sorry to say it. I think we should come, I hope it's our perspective, quite close future perspective. But right now, I don't feel and see that Lukashenko is ready for dialogue. And I can tell you one argument why he's not ready. And I'm finalized. And why Lukashenko is not ready right now? That's because what Kateryna mentioned, that yes, this movement of change is, let's say, changing its tactics, but it's still very strong. And Lukashenko understands now that to go in a clear dialogue, an open dialogue with this movement, will be for him to be on a very, let's say, weak position, which he doesn't want. He still believes that together with help of Kremlin and Siloviki, he can first erase the protest and then to go in kind of a dialogue, which will be not dialogue at all. That I see as his strategy right now.
There was a great wave of solidarity all over Europe and among all neighbors in order to help to achieve what happened in Belarus. There was a high level of readiness to accept people who went to exile. During the first panel, we thanked our partners from Lithuania and Poland who were very cooperative and ready to take people into exile, political exile. Franak, you are an advisor for Svetlana Tiranovskaya, especially for this international context. There was a high level of acceptance for these three women, but also for others. There was a symbolical award, the Zakharov Award, that they've been granted, and heads of governments all over Europe congratulated Ms. Merkel, the French president as well. Please tell us, what do you think, what else should be done in order to increase the pressure on Lukashenko? Do you see any special necessities?
Thank you for such question. Actually, visits of Svetlana and Veronika and Volga and everyone who are not in jail and able to travel abroad and to speak about Belarus, very important, because it delegitimized Lukashenko, but also it legitimized the new majority. And Svetlana and her meetings with the high-level politicians and state leaders, it's the way of recognition not of Svetlana, but of Belarusian people who is suffering, fighting every day, inspired by the idea of democratic country. Svetlana's goal is to raise awareness on one hand about what's going on in Belarus and pass the right message, but on the other hand, also to get some support for Belarus nation. And this support can be given in three major forms. One is assistance. We speak about technical assistance, about promises of future packages of financial support, so-called Marshall Plans, very often used. And actually, idea of Marshall Plan, of naming it as Marshall Plan, was born during visit to Berlin. About support for transition period, when it will be very tough time and Belarusians, especially those repressed by regime, will need help. Like small businesses whose businesses were closed after people's ultimatum, they will need financial money to restore their operations. This is about assistance. Assistance also include money for lawyers, for human rights defenders, for media. I know that Germany considers launching Deutsche Welle for Belarus service, digital operation. This is all very important to keep energy, to give energy to people on the ground. The second pillar is pressure. And pressure, it's not just sanctions. Sanctions also are very different, but it's also delegitimization of the regime. And delegitimization can take place on different layers. Not recognition of Lukashenko, not sending ambassadors, not providing credentials to Lukashenko, diplomatic credentials, blocking Lukashenko's Olympic Committee from participating in Olympic Games for repressions against sportsmen. This is everything about delegitimization, and this is also the pressure on the regime. Like the threat to cancel ice hockey championship in Minsk, this is also pressure, because it all perhaps pressurized not Lukashenko himself, but his cronies, people around him, and elites that are remaining and still sticking with him because they are trying to survive the bad times, and they still hope the situation will get back to pre-election normality. And the third pillar of this action of the West, of the world, is the justice. We are in the situation of the legal default in Belarus. There is no justice, there is full impunity. People in Balaclava beating and killing people as normality. And processes and initiatives like international investigation, bringing cases to national courts according to universal jurisdiction laws, very good cases to help people restore a feeling of justice. Many of the victims who lost their legs, eyes, who will become handicapped for their entire life, they want to make sure that their sacrifice will not die in vain, that all guilty will be punished. And this is why we need to find together the ways to punish guilty, to punish those guilty. Idea, for example, to recognize, to designate Gubopik and OMON as terrorist organization is the way to punish not just one individual easily identified through the official website, but to punish all the soldiers. Today we knew that former Ukrainian Maidan's Berkut officers are participating in crackdowns in Minsk. So they also must be on the sanction list, and designating the whole organization is the solution. International Tribunal in Hague only accepts cases from countries that ratified Rome Statute. But perhaps we can work together and advocate for the way to use other institutions like European Court of Justice, perhaps. There is a Syria case discussed there. Belarus situation is non-conventional, and the approach to Belarus, assistance, pressure, and justice needs non-conventional approach.
Vielen Dank, Frau Nack. Dirk Schübel, du bist der Repräsentant der Europäischen Union, du bist gewissermaßen...
Dirk Schübel, you represent the European Union. You are the face of solidarity of Europe in Minsk. And what are your direct experiences with the people? Do they see this? Is our appearance, our public appearance enough? Or where in communication with and towards Europe are there deficits? And something that you then would also communicate to Brussels.
Continue in English, if you don't mind. I think it's easier for the other participants also to understand directly. Very pertinent question. I think we as European Union here have a very, I would say, almost neutral role until now to play. We are not considered to be, on either side, either good or bad, and that is also a proof that this is not a geopolitical conflict that we are facing here. We have seen in the many demonstrations hardly any European flag so far. So this is, I think, a very good sign that there's a lot of possibilities for us to shape our position, as an honest, not broker, but someone to help in this situation and to provide our support to the population. And that is what we also have been trying to do. We do not interfere, contrary to what Lukashenko and his surrounding or Russia says. The EU is not interfering, nor do the member states. We are trying to help in principle to reach out to the people. We have indeed, as you rightly said, Markus, launched a number of actions in the last few weeks, in particular human rights related actions, because we saw that there has been indeed a lawlessness, as Franak mentioned it. People have been beaten up, tortured, whatever, killed even. And we had to do something against this, apart from the falsifications of the elections, which was the starting point of the whole issue. So we intend to do more such actions to demonstrate that we as European Union, and not only me, by the way, I'm one of the faces. We are here a big team, the EU, the ambassadors of the EU member states, and myself as the local we are also working very closely and cooperating with the US colleagues on the spot, with the UK, with Switzerland, with Japan. We are a big team here and standing in for human rights. What can we do more? I think we can do, of course, more on the economic side. We have our leverage has not been very big in the economic sense because our support has not been very big because we never wanted to give too much money to this country under this leadership. But as Franak also said, we have a plan in the making. We don't call it Marshall Plan. I think it would be too big to be compared with the Marshall Plan of the past. But we have what we call comprehensive economic plan for a democratic Belarus in the making, which will be taken out of the cupboard if and when democratic changes are taking place, and if and when, of course, also the new Belarusian authorities then will want to have this support. Then we stand ready to step in. And as I said, I think the most important thing is that our position here, there's no black and white thinking in Belarus. I think we are accepted as an interesting partner on the Western side, and we can shape our position to the positive. And that is what we have been trying to do already, and that we should continue to try. However, what is also important is that the expectations to the European Union are not too big. Because we are 27, we have to take everybody on board. We are in the middle of a huge COVID-19 crisis, which costs us a lot of funds to refurbish our own economies in the next few years. But obviously, we do not want to stand idly by if a democratic process comes underway here in Belarus, and then we stand ready to do so. And we ambassadors on the spot and the missions here, of course, in the first place.
Ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. And I would also like to ask welcome the other European ambassadors. They say they very much welcome this forum because they perceive themselves as part of the European voice. Now, I have another question. Where can we be helpful when it comes to supporting the internal process for a potential communication and mediation process? The OSCE is ready to take on such a role. We have Michael Link here. In his past, he headed the Office of Democracy Promotion in Warsaw. So he is an expert on exactly these topics. He is now an MP in Germany. At the same time, he is also a vice chair of the Human Rights Committee of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. Which role could the OSCE assume based on your experience and impressions? Thank you, Markus. Can everybody hear me?
Könnt ihr mich hören, Markus?
Can you hear me, Markus?
Hallo, Markus, könnt ihr mich hören?
Hello, Markus. Can everybody hear me?
Wir können Sie, glaube ich, hören, Herr Link.
Yes, Mr. Link, I think we can hear you. Okay, first of all, thank you very much for organizing the Minsk Forum. It is really great.
As Dirk Schubel did, I think it makes it a little bit easier for all the participants to follow the points. Indeed, OSCE has a numerous and very important toolbox and numerous instruments at hand which could be used. The problem is, of course, that until now, all the instruments which are at disposal have been rejected by either Belarus and or Russia or both. And this is indeed a very dramatic situation because OSCE has developed all these instruments and toolboxes in order to exactly overcome such a situation where we have a stalemate and where the government, in this case, President Lukashenko, is denying the dialogue. He wants to have only some sort of controlled dialogue. I call it a vertical dialogue. But what we would need is a horizontal dialogue. As Markus Meckel rightly said, the pressure from the street, from demonstrators, is really important to open the road for example, roundtables or something like this. OSCE has repeatedly offered to negotiate, to mediate in such a situation, to come as a neutral, completely neutral broker, and OSCE has a role in this because Belarus is participating actively in the OSCE. It is not active, as you know, in the Council of Europe because of a lot of reasons, but OSCE is a participating state. Belarus is a participating state to the OSCE. So there is a leverage there. And there are numerous commitments of Belarus in the OSCE where Belarus under Lukashenko is in clear violation of these commitments. That is why the incoming chairmanship of the OSCE, Sweden, has announced a very active program from January where they want to table and to increase the pressure on Belarus to answer and to respond to the calls for international mediation. And this has to be, of course, extended also to Russia, because we all know that until now, Russia is not interested in having OSCE as a negotiator, as a mediator in Belarus. That is certainly something why we need to increase the pressure not only to Belarus, but also to Russia, to allow for the OSCE to play its role what it's designed for. We heard, and rightly so, I completely agree, that new elections certainly could be done even with the existing electoral framework. ODIHR could come and monitor and observe these elections. Of course, you need, and that has also been rightly put, of course, by Franak, you need new people in the Central Electoral Commission, you need new people in the territorial electoral commissions, but you can do it with the existing framework. So ODIHR and the OSCE could not only help with a framework leading to negotiation and roundtables, it could also help in monitoring and observing the elections. ODIHR could help with screening new legislation, helping and assisting in doing new legislation. The Council of Europe has already offered the Venice Commission, especially when one day there is really a new constitutional process, then of course the Venice Commission should come on board, because where is the most respected mechanism and institution when it comes to constitutional reforms? That is the Venice Commission of the Council of Europe. So, but that is also something where we need to join international and to mount up the international pressure in order to get these international institutions on the ground in Belarus. What we can do is support what is happening in Belarus in terms of demonstrations. We can support the civil society. We have the main obligation not to close our eyes, to keep always what is happening in Belarus on the agenda. not to forget what is happening, not to play into the hands of Lukashenko, who wants people to forget and come back to some sort of normal. I think there OSCE also plays an enormous role in order to simply keeping this issue on the international agenda. And right now, today, we have the OSCE Ministerial Council. The Parliamentary Assembly is, in our statement today on the Ministerial Council, in the presence of the Foreign Minister of Belarus, we will clearly address the problem. We will clearly also raise the problems in order also there to do our job, not to close our eyes and to keep it on the table in order to, and that's my last point, to document and to really to establish and to collect the facts on human rights violations, because they need to be well documented, that in order in future, of course, if need be, they can also put to criminal courts if necessary.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Michael. Mark Hauptmann, Sie sind schon lange.
Thank you, Mark Hauptmann. You have been active in and with Belarus for a long period of time. You know the country very well. You have economic relations to the country. The German parliament now adopted a resolution that clearly supports the transition in the country. Now, what do you think about this? Germany is doing a lot, but what are the focal points of the future?
This event in a digital framework, and I hope that we can all meet soon very much personally again. Your question is right. The German parliament wants to support, and our coalition government just introduced a debate in parliament and also a resolution where we basically continue this process of supporting the initiative of the opposition in Belarus, calling first for stopping the violence against the peaceful protesters. Second, to free the political prisoners, which are at the moment about 120. And third, to go forward with the way of organizing free and fair elections. So those are our main topics that we introduced. As a chairman of the German Belarusian parliamentary group, I also engaged with Libereco, Partnership for Human Rights. And we want to make sure that especially the political prisoners in Belarus are not forgotten. And this is why we now have over 50 members of the German parliament taking like a partnership for one of the political prisoners, where we want to engage with them as far as it is possible. We want to raise the voice for them if they cannot be heard spending their time in prison. And we want to use media, social media, and our ways of communication to make sure that even if Belarus gets out of the headlines in the newspapers, the people are still not forgotten. So I think there's a lot what members of parliament in Germany, but also all around the globe, can do in order to send a strong signal that we are standing behind this movement of free and fair elections. We want the violence to stop, and we want to release the political prisoners. Regarding the economical question that you mentioned, Markus Merkel, I presented an idea last year in 2019 to both foreign ministers, Heiko Maas and Valérie Maquet. And the goal was to introduce a strategic advisory group from both sides, Germany and Belarus. And this strategic advisory group should come up within 1 year with ideas how to basically intensify the cooperation between our two countries. We wanted to go into a new decade with fresh ideas of supporting initiatives that bridge our two countries, not only between Germany and Belarus, but also between Europe and Belarus. And we started actually this process of the strategic advisory group in January this year. And when Corona basically hit both of our countries and basically the world, we continued this process also in the digital framework. Of course, this procedure is now suspended after the elections, but we are willing from the German side, if those measurements are introduced and followed, free and fair elections, stop of violence, release of the prisoners, to continue providing a strong framework between Germany and Belarus, and to continue this strategic advisory group. What do we want to do? We want to strengthen our cooperation, especially in the IT sector, in tourism, in the economical cooperation. And we were pretty concrete, identifying also projects that are interesting for Belarus, for us, and this basically led to stronger partnerships in the digital world. For example, stronger cooperation with the high-tech park, supporting small and medium-sized businesses who are especially hit in Belarus now through the coronavirus. We wanted to support the logistic partnership of Belarus, and therefore continue what Belarus already started in respect to the Belt and Road Initiative. We wanted to support ecotourism and intensify our energy dialogue, and also prevent that the energy imports from Russia dictate also higher prices for Belarus. So we already talked about reverse flow capabilities of Nord Stream 2 to support also Belarus from the German and from the European side, and also in order to have a stronger position in negotiating prices with Russia. So there are a lot of initiatives that are on the table, and we would love to continue with this process. But I'm very sure that we cannot continue this process with the current government of Mr. Lukashenko, and of course not as long as those three pillars are not fulfilled that I talked earlier about.
So the
sustainability of attention, of support, and a strategic support is necessary. This is basically what you have just highlighted. Our problem is the direct, immediate help and support, which is absolutely necessary. If we, for instance, hear how many people have been injured that have to be treated, I mean, they are treated in their hospitals or in hospitals in Belarus, but I'm asking myself, and I have done this many times in parliament and also vis-a-vis the government, would it maybe make sense for us in Germany to bring 100 or 150 injured people here? We took Navalny in, who got intoxicated in Russia. So given the huge number of people who got injured in Belarus, why not receive these 150 injured people here to our hospitals and assume all costs? Of course, everything has to go very fast, but this is just one example or proposal. Here's another suggestion. It refers to exile. We said thank you, also our foreign secretary said thank you to Poland and Lithuania and also to Ukraine, where these exiles happen, where exile is granted. And of course, this is happening in the neighboring country first and foremost, because it is easy to maintain contact to the home country, sort of. My question for Veronika and for Franak is there a challenge that we as Germans should also open ourselves up as an exile country? Or would you say everything is taken care of? It's better to have Lithuania, Poland, and Ukraine as countries who take people in and who are exile countries for Belarusians. But maybe we can start with the question of taking injured people into our hospitals. Maybe Mr. Hauptmann, you would like to start.
I mean, from our side, I think from the German government, from Parliament, we certainly want to help. And if this is a very concrete format where we can help, we can, of course, organize that. The problem I see is since governments only talk to other governments, we need the active willingness of Mr. Lukashenko to also let it happen. So if he prevents medical flights, if he doesn't want us to engage, it's quite difficult to organize that out of the civil society. And we can all see how hard and with what kind of violence he's going after the civil society. But the willingness from Parliament, from the German side, is there to help and to make it very concrete. For example, last week we debated our budget for 2021, and we increased our amount of money that we want to spend for the Eastern Partnership, especially in respect to Belarus. We want to strengthen the civil society. We want to strengthen independent media. The topic of Deutsche Welle was already introduced, but we also want to find innovative formats of supporting social media programs for students and for academia. So all kinds of ways where we could support, also with microfinancial help of the European Investment Bank. But the problem is you need a partner on the ground in Belarus with whom you can organize such programs. And traditionally, the government is our partner. But here, in the case of Belarus, this kind of partnership is mainly not wanted and suspended. So this is, I think, the challenge we have to tackle.
Okay, but let me point out that the other questions are also crucial. And yeah, you need partners in Belarus. You don't have official partners in Belarus, but when it comes to injured people, then these things are already happening with the Czech Republic, for instance. I have heard that the Czech Republic has received many injured people, and we are very grateful for that. My question, why are we not doing this in Germany? I think we should just give out a bigger number and receive these injured people here in Germany, in our hospitals. Veronica, is there this necessity? How do you assess this?
Yes, first of all, thank you very much to all European countries for providing help to Belarus injured people, because as you said, we see the examples, a lot of people who came to Lithuania. I'm based, for example, in Latvia, and Latvia accepting a lot of Belarus injured people as well. Thank you to Ukraine, thank you to Poland and other European Union countries. It's a great help for us, for Belarusian people. I would say if Germany can help us to accept more injured people, because currently we are receiving so many requests from the injured people, especially from the injured women and girls, because we started collecting the stories about the girls who was raped, who was beaten up, who was tortured in the prisons. And we would definitely be appreciated if the Germany could accept this kind of people who needs medical treatment. And this is one of the directions, one of the questions we always raise during the negotiations with a member of parliament in Germany, for example, with the government officials in Germany. But as I said, we do appreciate everything what European Union countries do for Belarus now, but there is always room for improvement. Let's put it this way. And one more thing, and one more thing I would like to add on the top of everything everybody said. We want international community to know what's happening in Belarus. That's why we want the media to cover the cover events in Belarus. I also stay in touch with the U.S. media, and the same request we send to U.S. media, because the entire community has to know what's happening in Belarus prisons, especially in terms of the violation of the women rights, because women are raped, women are kept in the anti-sanitary conditions, women do not have the opportunity to take a hot shower. So the world has to know what's happening in Belarus in regards to violation of the human rights.
Thank you very much. This is a very central point, which is the information work. We have to provide information to the media. Franak, do you want to add something?
To provide information to media.
Immediate necessities. Yeah, please go on.
Media necessities for Belarus, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So right now we have absolutely new ecosystem of media formed. During 3 months of the uprising, traditional media entirely rebuilt their newsrooms, their operations. When before August 9, all media were operating on the websites or radio or TV when we speak about state media. But suddenly after August 9, everything moved to the emergent platforms and Telegram became the main platform. And we see how traditional media and traditional websites like Belsat, Radio Free Europe, even state TV channels, they are working, operating in the same way as Nechta news in the first days of protest after August 9. Basically, right now we have many media that became Nechta suddenly by accident. And we have to invest right now in 2 tracks. One, to make these new emerging media initiatives that popped out after August 9, like independent local chats, groups, regional outlets on Telegram that are uniting local initiatives, channels bigger like My Country Belarus, Belarus of the Brain, and Nechta. We have to make them sustainable. So if we speak about investment in such resources, we have to make them more looking as traditional media. Then they will survive and they will serve us in the future Belarus as traditional media outlets. And on the other hand, we need to make the opposite process for traditional media, old school media, which always had more organized processes, but which were too slow and not enough flexible for the new reality, the reality of blocking internet every Sunday, the reality when Telegram is the main platform for majority of population. And we have to help them to use emergent platforms and to become more vibrant, more innovative in terms of content, and also to work more with user-generated content. We see that at this revolution in the last 3 months, citizen journalism became a life savior for media outlets. And if I would be media manager at this point, I would invest not just in hiring new journalists, but I would invest in hiring citizen journalists, those guys who are sending short clips, pictures from the protest, sharing the videos about their communities or the flags on the balconies, because they are real content creators. And we have to train them how to work in this new reality, how to work with a new platform, and how to work with the content creators.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Schmatzina. Kateryna.
Thank you very much, Kateryna. Could you say something about the perspective on the pressure of further sanctions? Are further sanctions necessary quickly? What do you expect from them, and which type of sanctions do you think would make sense?
First of all, sanctions are important to the extent that they put pressure on the regime, but we have to learn from previous years where sanctions, EU and Belarus have a long cycle of sanctions, distance, and rapprochement. And we have to learn from previous mistakes and maybe look at previous cases, what did work, what did not work. But this time the stakes are higher. We did not just ask Lukashenko to liberalize the environment or possibly just release the political prisoners. Now the conversation is about his resignation, new elections, and stopping this legal default and this outrageous situation with human rights. And the packages of sanctions that were already implemented and the ones which are considered, they imply sanctions on the on persons and firms which support the regime. The problem, or maybe the difficulty with sanctions, is that it could be difficult or it could be perceived with controversy on behalf of Belarusian population when and if they feel that their own well-being is impacted by the sanctions. So the sanctions should be targeted and should target those persons who directly support Lukashenko and directed at people who are complicit in tortures and human rights violations. And did I answer your question, or you have some additional comments?
Herzlichen Dank, das war schon sehr gut.
Well, thank you very much. This was very good. There was a question coming from the chat. Our audience wanted to know that. Another question from the chat, maybe. Andrei, I would like to ask this question to you. Do you expect that next summer Lukashenko will still have these security forces and torturing people?
Do you know something about summer that we don't know? You know, I still think that it's impossible to predict anything, and I think everybody who's trying to predict is always about manipulation. But I would say that I think that definitely that the first half of the next year will be kind of a key stone moment for Belarus, and I hope that as you said, next summer. I hope next summer Lukashenko will not anymore rule of all Belarus, not just Siloviki, you know. And I think that right now we're gonna have next 3 very intensive and very difficult months, and I think that within this month, I think till maybe March or April, it will be clear. We will clearly see the difference and balance. That it will be changing balance between protesters and Lukashenko. And I hope, of course, and we do all our best that this should be on the side of those who are today for change, for rule of law in Belarus. So our expectation that next year Belarus should have 3 kind of elections: presidential, parliamentary, and local one. And that's a huge challenge for all of us if we talk about it seriously, because that means that we should be prepared for all of those, because right now it's clear that there is a kind of 2 camps, where the one of the camp is just Lukashenko with all his circle, and another camp is people who want to change. But once it's going to be new election, whatever it will be, the electoral codex, I agree with Franek that it's possible to handle elections with current electoral codex, at least presidential one, because then maybe we will need big change for new parliament to be sure that new parliament is really represent people and is democratic and ready to do very difficult reforms in the country. But nevertheless, I think we should be prepared, because after the Lukashenko will step down, or it will be clear that he's gonna step down, we will see new forces in Belarus. It could be forces that will be inspired by Russia, or that could be other forces with different views. And if we will not be prepared for these 3 important campaigns, we can win the revolution but lose the future. And that, I think, is important to understand right now, thinking about next year.
Ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much for this perspective, for this forecast on the next year, and for not only focusing on that question, but let me ask it: for how long Lukashenko will be in the government. And also the question is what your own perspective in Belarus is. What has been said as the last point is very essential, that it's about the force, the strength of the people in the streets that will give you the strength to have a look into a good future. You have to know today what you're against, and that you want to have democracy and self-governance, but you have to be aware of the fact that democracy and freedom requires diversity and differentiation. So acceptance and tolerance, and also the organization of diversity is important against a dictatorship or an authoritarian system or a violent dictator. So you want to achieve a differentiated society that will be able to face all conflicts that might pop up in the future and will be able to organize itself in these new conflicts. This is a huge task that this country will be facing. Thank you very much for uttering this very challenge at the end. Right now, let's have a look back at the incidents of the 4 months of the last 4 months, and let me wish you all the best also for everyone who is committing to a new future. And we're looking at the future with a lot of hope. We hope that we're going to be able to organize a forum, a Minsk Forum, that will invite the whole diversity, the whole group of these people who have these new ideas, and then we'll be happy to present these ideas to our partners from the European Union, and the partners from the European Union will be happy to advise. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for participating. Thank you very much for submitting your questions in this chat, and thank you very much for attending this conference within the last days. Let me hand over to Wolfgang Krippel, who will have a few finalizing remarks. I'd like to thank everyone, the core team, the project team in our headquarters, Philipp Herzberger, Hanna Novara, and Robert. And if we were in a conference hall, we would give you a big hand right now. But ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all thank our interpreters. There you see them. I'm naming their names, and I would like to thank them very warmly. Thank you very much for your work, for your support. This was not an easy task to do. We had, as it was expectable, a few tech issues, so thank you very much. Marcus, thank you very much for your last moderation. Goodbye. We'll meet again in Minsk next year.
Thank you very much. Bye.